was for me.
My mouth is so big I didn't
Hello?
think I did this. Sorry, I did silence my phone. Not that you couldn't hear me before. So, council members, we're starting at 6:29. Allow me to take roll call. Councilperson Ridley. Prinzeri.
Here.
Baggiano.
Here.
Yun.
Here.
Solomon. Here. Robinson. Here. Rivera.
Here.
Waterman. Laura.
Here.
We have a full house. Would everyone kindly rise to observe a moment of silence? In memory of Nicholas Valenti, father of Martin Valenti. He's our automotive director in the Department of Public Works. Mr. Valenti, Nicholas Valenti, was a city employee in the early 1980s as well. You have any other special intentions, council members? Thank you very much. Remain standing for a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. On behalf of the council and in accordance with the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, better known as the Sunshine Law. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall the annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings in council for the calendar year 2019. In addition, at the time of the dissemination of this meeting on Thursday, October 17, 2019, at 4 p.m., we disseminated it to the municipal council, mayor, business administrator, and to the local newspapers, and posted it on the World Wide Web. So we are more than in compliance with the Sunshine Law. Council members, before we go and do any special, I know we have some special intentions, so maybe we can make this a compound motion. But we do have some late starters that appear on, we got a button hit at about 4 o'clock today after we printed the agenda, and we have two resolutions that are 19 and 20. So I need a motion to, and I think we'd want to move to resolution 19. So if we can have a resolution, motion to add resolutions 19 and 20.
Motion.
No. You just gave me a little order. Not me. Not me. You can't have. That would have been my first. Okay, council members. We're going to add resolutions 10, 19, and 20. And I know we have the Vincitor family, and 1019, I should read the titles of 1019 and 1020, given that they're not on your printed agendas out there. Resolution 1019 is a resolution recognizing Teresa Vincitor. Resolution 1020 is a resolution of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City. Council being spelled wrong. Someone is going to get left back. Of the City of Jersey City, authorizing the business administrator to execute a partial mortgage discharge regarding the property located at 78 Martin Luther King Drive, Unit 3, Jersey City, also known as Block 25601, Lot 1.C0003. So that's the motion to add those. And can we add those motions and defer to 1019?
Robert,
Yes.
there should also be a resolution for the Fowler family. Vincitor and Fowler should be two separate resolutions.
Okay, we can add that as 21. Thank you. Again, these are late starters. I was made aware by Marlene that we did have 2 ceremonials. I thought perhaps one might have gotten pulled because of someone not appearing here tonight, but what made it to the digital agenda. So we're adding, motion to add 10:19 through 10:21. 10:21 then would be a resolution honoring Raymond Fowler. So this will be to add both 19 through 21 and defer to them in order, 10:19 and 10:21. Who will make such a motion? Motion by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion, Councilperson
Little bit maybe.
Aye.
Prinzary. Bajano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson. Aye. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Lavaro.
Aye.
Okay. Council members, I don't know who is sponsoring this well-deserved resolution honoring Teresa Vincitor.
Me.
Would you like to read it into the record, or shall I?
I'll read them into the record. Can we?
Please.
Okay. Can we have the Vincitor family? Actually, well, they're 2 separate. So yes, let's start with the Vincitor family. Resolution recognizing Teresa Vincitor. Council as a whole offered and moved for adoption the following resolution. Whereas Teresa Vincitor was a successful businesswoman and lived in the Greenville section of Jersey City from the 1950s to the 1970s, and whereas Teresa Vincitor genuinely cared for everyone in her neighborhood, assisting all those in need, and whereas Teresa Vincitor displayed a remarkable motherly love to anyone she came in contact with, earning her the nickname in the neighborhood of Moms. And whereas Teresa Vincitor gave selflessly and generously to those seeking assistance, Teresa happily provided food, rental assistance, and holiday gifts to many in her community over the years. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby recognize Teresa Vincitor for her altruism and dedication to serving those in her community and for making Jersey City a better place to live. We're going to take a vote, and then we'll have you comment.
I have to take the vote, and then we'll hear a few words from the family. Councilperson Ridley.
So I'd like to say thank you to your family for its contributions to the Greenville neighborhood in Jersey City, and it's always an honor when we can recognize longstanding residents that have helped to make our community what it is today. I vote aye.
Prinzary.
Thank you for working to make Jersey City a better place for all residents, to you and your family. I vote aye.
Councilman Bajano.
Mom, it was nice talking to you because my family owned a lot of stores right by you years ago, and that was a great neighborhood, and congratulations.
Councilman Yun.
Thank you for your great job for the people of Jersey City. Appreciate it. Oh, I didn't vote for it? Well, I'll vote for aye.
Councilman Solomon.
Thank you to your whole family for all you've done for Jersey City. I vote aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Moms, anybody with that nickname? Moms, you know they did a lot for the community. I vote aye. Thank you.
Councilperson Rivera.
Thank you. Thank you so much for what you've done, in our Jersey City. Definitely vote aye.
Councilperson Waterman.
It's an honor to vote aye for such a person who did great things for the community. I vote aye.
Finally, Council President Olvara.
Quick question, Aurelio, is your mom or your grandmother?
My grandmother.
So you've obviously followed in your mom's footsteps and your grandmother's footsteps.
Is your microphone on, Council President?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Test. Okay.
There you go, it's on now.
So you've obviously followed in your grandmother's footsteps. Aurelio's been generous to Jersey City as well, and the entire Vincitor family. Thank you, and thank you to moms. I vote aye.
I had no doubt this would be unanimously approved 9-0. Give me a moment, we have a new camera system, so I can turn it around so we can get the family. I did it. Let's see. Preview window. Wish it would switch on my screen. Okay, if you can see it, what I'm recording is what I'm seeing. It's called a digital delay. Welcome, Vincitori family. I know you have a lawyer in the family, but perhaps you might select another spokesperson, or if it could be Vincent. Aurelio, I'm sorry. Well, welcome back to City Hall, firstly, Aurelio.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you to the rest of the City Council. It's a real honor for my family and I to be here today. I'd like to thank, in particular, Councilwoman Ridley for advancing this, and very much I'd like to thank our very close family friend, Bob Knapp. And again, very special for us. Thank you for your consideration on this very important day. My grandmother was somebody I didn't get to spend a lot of time with. Unfortunately, she died when I was young. But I learned a lot about her through Bob and through the rest of my family, and I have nothing but a deep admiration for who she was and what she accomplished. My grandmother, in my mind, when I think of the American dream, I think of her. And again, I just can't thank you enough for this day, and thank you for your vote.
Thank you.
If I may, Council, just take a minute. I'm an honorary.
We'll give a minute to the clerk of East Newark.
I appreciate Clerk of Jersey City. I am an honorary, proud to be an honorary member of the Vincitor family for the past 72 years of my life. Growing up in the Greenville section, I still live in the Greenville section on Audubon Avenue, grew up on the corner of Stegman Street and then Jackson Avenue. And again, I want to echo, we have a great councilwoman and Councilwoman Ridley, and we're proud to live in. I'll never move out of Greenville as the councilwoman. But Teresa Vincitor was a saint in the true sense of the word. There were many families growing up in the 50s and the 60s up there on then, at that time, Jackson Avenue, who didn't have enough to eat, didn't have perhaps their rent at the first of the month, and didn't have Christmas or holiday presents for the children. And it was Teresa Vincitor who saw to it, and my family was a recipient of this kindness that will never be forgotten. Even though she's not here, she's here, but more importantly, she's here in our heart. And again, we want to thank, and I'm proud to be an honorary member of this family. God bless. Thank you.
Someone else? No? Okay. We'll just come on down, we'll take a picture with you. Councilperson Ridley will lead.
Let's challenge the clerk to get this one. Rear camera is there getting them, so I want the front camera. One second, council members, I want to get this, trying to get this front camera to go. This digital delay is a lot of fun. I want TV to see them. Why is this such a delay? Didn't get that.
We have another,
Yeah, we do, and with me, council members, it's you could if I can get the camera on you.
Jason is here, so
carry. No, it's your resolution. Oh, yeah, I get it.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, well, I'll switch seats with you. You want to do that? I know, right? Yeah, you want to sit down here? Come on.
Come on, Denise.
Denise, me and Denise are going to switch seats, Robert. Just give me a second.
No, it's okay. Sorry, Council President.
Come on.
It was easier the first time.
There she is.
That's okay, Robert. We'll make it work.
Go ahead.
Can we have the Fowler family please come to the mic?
Here's one. I'm sorry, I thought you
Turn his mic off. Okay.
got this glitch.
Resolution recognizing Raymond Fowler. Council as a whole offered and moved for adoption the following resolution. Whereas Raymond Fowler and his family were longtime residents of the Greenville section of Jersey City, residing both on Stegman Street and Jackson Avenue, and the Fowler family were caring and kind to all who lived in their neighborhood, engaging with new residents and making everyone feel welcomed. And whereas as a trailblazer in the African American community, attaining positions of influence in the financial business world in the 1950s and 60s, Raymond Fowler was a role model for the youth in his community. And whereas Raymond Fowler and his family were actively involved in assisting everyone in their community, leaving no one unattended, aiding the very young to the most senior. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby recognize Raymond Fowler and his family for the contributions they made to their neighborhood and to the community at large, and for making Jersey City a better place to call home. It's already on me.
Permit me to call the vote. Let me see if I can get this.
Okay,
Oh, you made
good
it.
job.
Okay, 1021, we're taking a vote on 1021, honoring Fowler family. Councilperson Ridley?
I just want to say thank you to the Fowler family for all that you've done, especially in those times, being one of the few and probably one of the first African-American families in that area is a pretty big deal, and your contributions to our community are not forgotten. And I'm sure that current councilman of that area, Stegman and Martin Luther King, feels the same way, Councilman Robinson. And we just want to say thank you so much to your family and let you know that your legacy isn't forgotten and isn't in vain here in Jersey City. I vote aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Prinzeri?
Again, thank you to you and your family for everything that you all have done over the years for Jersey City and making it a great place for all. I vote aye.
Is your microphone on?
Yes, it's on.
Thank you.
I'm soft-spoken by nature, Robert.
Understand. Thank you. Councilperson Bajano?
Congratulations, and thank you for all you've done. I vote aye.
Councilman Yun?
Congratulations, I vote for aye.
Councilman Solomon?
Much gratitude to your family for what they've done for our city. I vote aye.
Councilperson Robinson?
Oh, Mr. Knapp, I think you're stealing some of my thunder. Stegman and MLK. Oh. No, listen, thank you for everything, your entire family. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera?
You guys are amazing. I vote aye.
Councilperson Waterman?
For your contribution, I vote aye.
Council President Lavara?
I'll just echo everyone's sentiments here. Thank you so much for your contributions and your legacy here in Jersey City. And I proudly vote aye.
Well, we've had another unanimous approval of the resolution. 10Z21. Let's see if we can get the front camera busy.
Don't get too fancy, Robert.
It's really nice, you know?
Oh, okay.
Now what we need is it to come over. We got it.
Yeah.
Mr. Knapp is a long-standing member of the Fowler family as well. These guys from East Newark, get around. How many people in East Newark?
2,437. 900 voters.
All your friends are in Jersey City.
900 voters.
Please begin, I'm sorry.
I'd just like to say thank you to the city of Jersey City, to the council, to Mr. Knapp as well. My Uncle Raymond would have been very honored tonight. He was a very humble and quiet man, but all his achievements roared. And tonight he would have been very happy. And I want to just say thank you to you all for your vote and this resolution on tonight. God bless you all.
I'm never at a loss for words, right? But
I'm coming to your meeting.
then you might go beyond the 5 minutes that we run. It's an honor again to be here and stand behind Mr. Fred Fowler and his niece representing the Fowler family. Again, just like the Vincent Tour family, the Fowler family, we were close in the 50s into the 60s up on then Jackson Avenue and Stegman Street. And it was Raymond Fowler and Teresa Vincentor and myself as a young person who banded together and helped the community side by side, shoulder to shoulder. And that's the way it was then. Nobody cared who you were, where you came from. It was just caring about people, correct? And you know what? There was no gun violence. There was no, everybody, you didn't lock your doors. And it was just a good time. So again, it's an honor for me to stand here with these both families. And I'll tell you the story. Mr. Fred Fowler is in charge of security up in County Plaza where I work. And I got to know him, and I saw his nameplate, Fowler. And I saw him, I looked at him, and I said, are you related to Raymond? And he said, that's my uncle. So we hit it off right away, and we exchanged some stories of the 50s and the 60s up there in that great neighborhood. And again, thank you, Councilwoman Ridley, thank you so much. And thank you, the entire council. And thank you, it's an honor to be a member of this family also. God bless.
We'll come on down there. Just hang tight.
Everyone turn around and face that way and you'll be on the camera. Oh, wait. Maybe not. Wait, just stand there for a minute. Finally get them in the cut. I'm in the cut. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Just stall. Give me like a second to get this camera. It's getting silly tonight.
Whatever. They told me they ain't seen you.
Oh, boy.
Ready to go back on?
1 second, please. Just a digital delay here, that's a pain. You are seeing yourselves, right, on the camera?
We are.
Yeah, see, I'm not, and that's the issue. Okay. Please begin, Council President. I know you wanted to make an announcement. If you're leaving, kindly leave quietly. Good to see you, Vincent. Aurelio?
Okay, council members, before we proceed with the regular business, just wanted to make an announcement and just offer some more acknowledgements. It was brought to my attention, and I'm sorry we don't have a resolution tonight to honor our favorite police officer here in City Hall. Tonight will be Officer Bobby Collins' last night here with the City Council in the council chambers. Officer Collins is
Wait. Let me get the camera on you, Bob.
he's served Jersey City for over 25 years, and Friday will be his last day on the job, and gets to go home safely to his wife and enjoy the rest of his years in tranquility, hopefully. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Turn the camera over to you if you want to share a few words.
Well, it's been an honor.
Oh, hold on, Bobby. We're gonna get the camera on you.
I have the camera on him. I have the camera on Bob. You should be seeing.
Nope.
No?
I'm showing it in a preview. He's on both my screens. There you go.
Okay, now.
I'm talking about a digital delay here. It's not the clerk.
Well, it's been an honor working all these years with you. Hopefully, I did my job for you as well. It's always a pleasure coming here and serving everybody here, all the regulars that come to City Hall, and all your councilmen and councilman ladies. I'll always remember you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any council members like to say anything to Bobby on this final night of it?
Can I start?
City clerk will start it off.
All right.
No, just because he's my hero. After that long 78 speakers addressed the council on the short-term rental, Bob went around the room and collected about 200 agendas that night while I was doing my after-work job. And I got on the elevator, I was stuck in the elevator at 3:15 a.m. And Bob went out to the parking lot, saw my vehicle, came back in the building, and I said, how am I going to get out of here? He says, oh, just reboot the elevator. I'm like, we have a cop that can go down into the basement and reboot an elevator. So big ups. He's on my favorites on my phone because of that, and I thank you for that, and I'm sorry for jumping the line.
No, you're fine.
Just give me a call if it breaks.
Go around the horn. Bobby, we're just gonna have everybody embarrass you a little bit. So.
Just want to say thank you for your service. You're always here. Thank you for making sure we're safe during council meetings and after council meetings. We really appreciate it, and you will be missed.
Welcome. Thank you.
So it has been a pleasure getting to know you in the time that I've been. Thank you for your service to the city and for everything you do to keep us and the building safe. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Bobby, I had you in the police academy. You were one of my students. And I won't tell any stories about you, so don't worry. But Bobby, I'm going to miss you. And you and Frankie were too good. Both of you were two of the best students I had, and I taught over close to a couple of thousand kids throughout the state. You were one of the best, Bobby, and I'm going to miss you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Richard.
Bobby, you have such a great talent how you deal with a crowd. Even though this room full by angry people, you know how to control by yourself. You're a great police officer. We're proud of you. I have a lot of love in the future, okay? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Bobby, thank you so much for everything you did for Jersey City. I know you're a wardy guy at heart, so you started down in the Horseshoe.
Holland Gardens.
Right? Holland Gardens.
Holland Gardens, yes.
And, you always took care of us, which I appreciated. And I know every time, the council president would call you up to have someone removed, you would, take it carefully, move slowly, and let the situation, work itself out. But we knew you were there for us, so thank you.
Thank you.
Wasn't that awful?
Bobby, I've been here just about 3 years now, right? And I still don't know where you change your clothes. I think that's probably because you're Superman. Hey, enjoy retirement. We appreciate you being here, and thank you for all your service to the city of Jersey City.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bobby, you're definitely gonna be missed, man. I mean, the past 6 years that we've been here, we really appreciate having you here. I just hope that the next officer that replaces you is as big of a Yankee fan as you are. Thank you for my Pittsburgh Steeler garbage can that you gave me. I'll never forget that.
As soon as I saw it, I knew you had to have it.
And listen, thank you for the service that you gave our great city. You will definitely be missed. Enjoy your retirement, your new grandbaby coming up, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you,
Bob, I want to thank you for your service, and I want to thank you for helping us out on planning board when there's always someone missing, and he knows what I'm talking about. Bob always step in, and for that, we truly appreciate you. So I wish you well, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
President?
Oh, sorry. Bobby, thank you
Finally got
for,
the camera right.
yeah, thank you for your service to Jersey City, but particularly thank you for the service to the city council and being at these meetings. There have been some tough nights here, as Councilman Solomon has pointed out, and you've always handled it with a plume, and as Councilman Yun said, you know how to handle and to quell things in a way that exhibits your skills and qualifications of 25 years of experience. So we thank you for that. We wish you all the best in your retirement, and for you and your wife to enjoy those years, and you deserve them. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
My,
Here you go, Bobby.
Want to take a photo? Bobby,
Bobby.
we don't have a resolution, but we're going to take a photo with you.
Oh, good. Let's.
Do that. The city clerk as well. And
first time retired.
Let me get the. I'll be happy if I get the camera on you guys.
Brian, do you want to say something on behalf of the city? Brian, do you want to say something on behalf of the city?
I took a picture with him today. Yeah. Yeah, if I can. Bobby, if you're trying to get the camera on this.
Mike out 8 times.
Happy retirement.
Hello. Bobby, I just got.
Bobby.
Wait, one more. Sorry. On behalf of the city, I just want to thank you for your service. You know, personally, it's been great working with you over the last several years now. You've kept us all safe. We've never even had to think twice about anything here. So you will be missed for sure.
Thank you.
Frankie left. He's leaving.
Hey, council members, seem to have this camera a little tamer. Certainly we didn't get an award for cinematography tonight. Let me read the titles of the first reading ordinances into the record, of which we have only 6 this evening. Except we'll be adding 2 more, Councilman Solomon. Sorry? We're going to be adding, when we get to the second reading, we're going to be adding 2 more. Let me read the titles of the ordinances into the record. 3.1, City Ordinance 19-146. It's an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City adopting amendments to the NJCU West Campus Redevelopment Plan. 3.2, City Ordinance 19-150, an ordinance 1 amending Chapter 332 Vehicles and Traffic, Article 8 Permit Parking, limiting the issuance of on-street residential parking permits to properties within the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan area, available for occupancy on or before December 31st, 2019, and 2, amending Chapter 257, property transfers to require disclosure of this prohibition to residents of these buildings. 3.3, City Ordinance 19-151, an ordinance amending Chapter 287, Solid Waste, Article 1, Storage, Collection, and Disposal, Section 8, refuse receptacles, approved containers, and plastic bags to allow property owners or their agents to obtain a permit to place refuse receptacles on the curb on the day before collection earlier than 7 p.m. but not before 4 p.m. 3.4, City Ordinance 19-152 is an ordinance designating Park Street and Prescott Street as an all-way stop intersection. 3.5 is City Ordinance 19-153, an ordinance designating angled parking on the west side of Whitman Avenue, south of Sip Avenue. 3.6, City Ordinance 19-154 is an ordinance repealing Ordinance 19-081, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 15, Department of Recreation, to change the Department of Recreation to the Department of Youth Development and to reorganize the department in order to fulfill its mission. Council members are going to take a vote on 3.1 through 3.6. Starting with you, Councilperson Ridley.
So I just have a couple of quick questions, and I know we spoke at length in caucus in regards to 3.6 and repealing the ordinance. So I did speak with several council people who have spoken to Civil Service Commission, and at this time, what they have said is that things are going along legally. So I guess 2 questions that I have that's really determining my vote tonight is, 1, I know there are certain rules under the Faulkner Act that say, I guess, what's in the council control, what's not in the council control. I know that we, I believe, can maybe set up departments or maybe dissolve departments, but first question is, can we determine, I guess, personnel decisions or job titles or what happens with those titles? And then 2, will repealing this ordinance, because I know I believe some of the employees have already applied or expressed interest or whatever we're calling that last week. So if we repeal this today, does that stop that process, or is that not a legal bearing to stop anything?
I'll answer that. So I'll start with the second question. Regardless of if this repeal goes forwards, the city can still move forwards with transfers and movements of employees if any occur under this, as we've discussed. And then,
Nick, we want a legal point of view.
so to clarify, if the department.
Councilwoman says she wants a legal point of view.
Legal opinion, she's asking.
Right.
Okay.
Nick.
It's working? Okay. The council obviously has a right to repeal this ordinance to go back to the structure of the Department of Recreation, how it was prior to the new ordinance being enacted. The one thing to keep in mind, however, is the purview of the administration under the Faulkner Act to assess the needs of the city for personnel, for staffing needs, for personnel, for the needs of the operations of the city, and adjust those accordingly within the confines of civil service. That could occur regardless of whether it's under this ordinance or under a prior ordinance. So the structure that would go back to the way it was, but it's important to note that any movement of personnel, regardless whether it's under this ordinance or under the previous one, still has to abide by the requirements of civil service and would be under the oversight of the Civil Service Commission. Councilwoman, does that answer your question?
Yeah, so us rescinding this doesn't I guess, take back the fact that people could still possibly have to apply and roles might still change.
Roles can always change as long as that's conforming to civil service. And that's true across the board from the city, not only as it relates to the Department of Recreation or the Department of Recreation and Youth Development.
All right. So with that being said, what I'll say is I think that while 3.6 was introduced with the right sentiment, I don't agree with necessarily the way that things are being done, and I think that we can take a more proactive role in working with the current employees there at Recreation to do this better. But if nothing is going to change by introducing this, then I'm going to vote no on 3.6 and aye on all the rest. And ask that if it's possible for us to get anything in writing from civil service, that we do that, and I think we owe that to the employees at Recreation.
Hey, Councilperson Prinzary.
So I did reach out to civil service to understand the rules and the law from their perspective. And based on the memo that we received from our legal department and the information given tonight, while 3.6 is certainly well-intended and the way that this was managed was not the right way to the employees of Recreation, I am sorry about that. But introducing this is not going to make the difference. I think everybody is thinking it may. So with that, I'm going to vote no on 3.6 and aye on all the rest.
Councilman Bajano.
I'm going to vote yes on all of them, and I'll tell you something on 3.6. The way it was done, I think was an embarrassment. I know, oh wait, is my microphone on? All right.
Oh, it is.
All right. I'm voting yes on all of them. It's the first reading, and I hope to God between now and the next council meeting, there's changes done. I mean, to embarrass people that work for an organization for 20 years, 22 years or more, and to put this whole thing up the way it was presented, I think is wrong. And I'm sorry, I just can't comprehend what they did. And Nick, I disagree with you, Nick, on one thing. I think this city council makes the rules and the laws mostly. You mentioned the Faulkner Act, but there's a lot of things in there that...
Councilman Yun.
One about the Faulkner Act.
I'm sorry,
This
Council.
council actually makes most of the decisions and should be making the decisions. So for the first reading, I'm saying yes. And I hope to God between now and the next council meeting, things have been worked out.
Councilman Yun.
I'm going to vote for aye for 3.1 to 3.5. And the 3.6, I have some concern, and I'm going to bring up to address that issue. When we passed the ordinance 19-081, the title is very clear. The ordinance amend and the supplement chapter actually changed the department name. So I thought the Recreation Department, they amend the name to Recreation and Youth Development. At the time, I never actually, that's my fault. I didn't recognize the word reorganize the department in order to fulfill a new mission. But at the time, I support this one because the Recreation Department, not in just in the Recreation Department, there were new roles for the youth development. This is very important for the future of Jersey City. So when you create new missions and try to achieve that, the department have the restructure and the re-stepping that's automatically have to follow. So when I see that as a taxpayer, if we see the recreation department, last 6 years, they change a director like a 5 new directors, have to be change 5 director. If I see that every department in Jersey City, most department need that reform, that's the recreation department, as when I say taxpayer. I hope this one reform the department and they provide the service for better for the people of Jersey City, teenage and the youth program. And also we have to be understand when they change, they were frustrating, and the way they handle this case, I have some concern with HR department, the business administration department. They should be different way to handle this case. But there was very premature, the way they handle it. But still there was some time to they have. I have a business administration, HR department to come up some plans to make them people who worked at that department to make understand what is a change for. But one thing I can say that nobody gonna go lay off. They very clear say that, and that nobody gonna demote their position, and they're gonna get maybe new title because of that new division of the youth development. So when I look at it, it's another new job opportunity for the people who work there. So when they change, yes, they have some frustrating, they involve that. But we must have to change, especially the recreation department. Because of that reason, I'm gonna vote no for 3.6, go back to old. So I'll keep with this city, should continue moving forward for the future.
You're voting no on 3.6?
Yes, and the rest of aye.
Councilman Solomon?
Robert, I'm going to abstain on 3.1. Just make sure you record that. And then I'm going to vote.
Point 1, I have so recorded your abstention.
Thank you. And I'm going to vote aye on 3.2 through 3.5. And then on 3.6, I'm also going to vote aye. I don't know where the overall council vote shakes out, but just very, very briefly, I think organization makes sense. It's why I voted in favor of the original reorganization in July. I think a youth development focus added to the recreation focus makes complete sense. But enough concerns have been raised through conversations with department employees, through emails, and we just got a memo today, and a couple hours before the meeting, without enough time to digest it, to understand if things are proceeding the right way. And so I think using the next 2 weeks to ensure that legitimate concerns are addressed, even if there is change, is the best course of action. This wouldn't be, if this does advance, it's not a commitment at all to vote yes at the second reading. But enough concerns have been raised in my mind that suggests using the next 2 weeks as a dedicated time to address them is why I'm voting yes.
Councilperson Robinson?
I think we got so much rec stuff for the last 2 weeks. I got a couple questions. I don't know who really want to answer it. I know Shahid down at the Civil Service is like sick of all of us by now. I like along with the councilman, we've all received the document a few hours ago. All right, this came in. First question I have is, with such in NJAC 4A, such a permanent transfer requires the consent of both city department directors and the approval of the CSC chairperson. Who is the CSC chairperson? Who is that?
Civil Service, CS.
So the
Civil Service
chairperson
Commission.
from no one in the city.
Civil Service Commission, CSA.
The next one is, the city has no intention of instituting any layoffs as a result of the reorganization of the Recreation and Youth Development, as there is no need to submit a plan to CSC to approve the reorganization under NJSA 11. Was we supposed to submit this before the council voted on it?
Submit the reorganization?
Yes.
No, so the only instance in which the city would have to submit a reorganization or new table of organization would be in the case of layoffs. Since we're not doing that, we don't have to do that.
Layoffs or transfers or fires, what?
Transfers, we wouldn't need to submit a table of organization because that would be under another title of civil service rules, Title 4A. So that's also okay.
Are we planning to lay off or fire any employees?
No, not as a result of the reorganization.
I remember seeing 27 jobs in the same agreement, September 25th, 27 job posters. There's 40 jobs, and then I see something later on in here talking about 40 jobs. Could you explain that?
Stand by.
Did we grow the jobs from 27 to 40?
There are 27 job postings and titles, but some of those are open to multiple employees. So for example, I think there's only one posting technically for driver. I forget exactly what the specific posting name was, but there are, I think, 4 openings for driver, for example.
So there's enough positions in recreation to give out to all the employees?
Yeah.
All right, I think I had something under here, because I think we all just digesting this. Director Bunbury acknowledged permanent employees are not required to reapply for their job. This is October 21st. Director Bunbury acknowledged that permanent employees are not required to reapply for their jobs in order to maintain CSC protections.
Yeah.
But that process is intended to determine which recreation departments are interested in the new positions and which are not.
Yes.
It's under October 21st here. You see where I'm halfway through the paragraph?
Yes.
So it's saying Director Bunbury acknowledged that, they are not to reapply for their positions.
So
What I seen a paperwork that someone signed, and it was a paragraph with a line behind it. I don't know what that paragraph said, but was that paragraph telling people they are reapplying?
To clarify this here, and again, the word apply is something that we maybe don't feel is the correct specific word to be used to describe this, but I'll use it here for clarity. So technically, employees are not required to apply to maintain their current civil service title, but to maintain the fair and open and transparent process here, we're standardizing the way that they can express interest in their position. If they don't apply or submit anything in writing, technically that doesn't mean that they lose their title necessarily. It just means that they have not expressed interest in maintaining a position in this department. So if their title is related to recreation or something different, it's not going to change that title. There still has to be a process with that employee in which they are a part of to, if mutually agreed upon, to change their title.
All right, I was up here reading, but I seen it's one more thing that I was looking at. If an employee has a title that is higher under the CSC classifications than the open positions title, but the employee wants to apply for a role, the city will not force the employee to demote themselves into a lower title to be eligible for the job. Could you walk me through that?
Yes. So, for example, if there's an employee with a senior, a certain type of title that relates to driving, and the title I think we have is just driver right now. I can't remember exactly what the title was on the list. And let's say you're a higher level title in that driving job description. We are going to make every effort to make sure that that employee can keep that title and do the functions of that job and not get a demotion and not change titles. We don't expect to change. If the employee wishes to stay in their current role, regardless of whether or not the title was listed on the reorg, we're going to try and keep their same titles if at all possible.
Try and keep. So let me ask you a question, right? So if an employee was there 50 years and they were a manager, director, or recreation director, and they took a different role, do they lose any seniority to that title that they were there for 50 years for?
No, unless they change their title. Then it's a different process, and we are going to make sure that they can keep that title if they want to, and if the role allows for it. Some of the roles may not in small instances, but we are not automatically removing seniority and changing their titles unless we have to.
Unless we have to. You need to walk me through that part. Like, what is...
If, for example, the employee who has 30 years experience with a title in a role wants to change roles, which we're not saying they have to, then it's a possibility they may need a new title for that. And that's the case for any employee in any position in the city. And that title change will be mutually agreed upon with the employee in the city.
Right, so I'll be very open and honest. I talk to a lot of recreation. Myself and the councilwoman probably spent about 8 hours today and yesterday just with you, the BA, and the mayor and everyone else. I advise them, and I'm not in counsel at all for the employees, so I hope they understand that. But if it was me in a position, I told all of them that I would just submit a letter to say that I want to stay in recreation and I want to stay in my title, especially if it's a recreation title. I told them do not sign another letter to say that I want to be a XYZ. To just submit a letter. Will the city and is the city going to accept that letter as interest and not a formal signed letter from that someone else drew up for them?
The application, the online form, is essentially that. It's essentially, we're just trying to standardize the process. We want to make sure that everyone includes the same information and that everything's open and transparent. So in lieu of people sending emails with a variety of different types of information, we set up a form. And it's a basic form, and it doesn't, include letters of recommendation or resumes or anything like that. It's just an expression of interest. So yeah, if we get something in writing, we can honor it, but we would prefer that they would use that online form. And again, it's not signing something saying you agree to waive any rights to anything. It's just an expression of interest.
I just think that people prefer to have their stuff in writing as what they want and not a standard form from the city saying, I don't know what the letter says, but it's a standard form for everyone. And I'm going to tell you, I advise everyone to just send a letter over expressing interest, that they do want to remain in recreation without getting themselves in trouble with civil service. So I'm going to vote no on 6, and I'm going to vote yes for the rest of them because of that. But I'm going to go a step further and say that if there's a lawsuit handed down by the Civil Service Commission to the city of Jersey City for anything that we have done, I will not be participating in voting for attorneys to represent us. If you guys are saying that you're following all the rules, that there will not be any civil service lawsuits coming down towards the city of Jersey City, you're going to follow that and you're going to make sure it's right. I voted the first time before this, and I think we all voted the same way, except the president, because we cared about the kids and we wanted to see a difference over there in recreation, and I'm going to stand by that. But if there's any lawsuits at all, I'm telling you, you could count on me saying no to vote for any representation for the city that the CSC hands down to the city.
So you're voting in the affirmative on all?
1 through 5.
And no on 6?
Yes.
Councilperson Rivera?
So, Brian, my question in caucus were very specific, and you're probably going to answer this question a couple of more times tonight. and you did answer them, but I kind of like need you to speak a little more clear in that mic. Are we losing any jobs in the Department of Recreation?
I'll go even more further with that. No one in recreation is losing their job, period.
Are we
As a
doing
result of this reorganization.
Are we doing any layoffs in the Department of Recreation? So I kind of like want to piggyback on something that Councilman Robinson said, employees giving you, I guess, a letter stating that, you know, they want to stay within the department, because there are employees in the Department of Recreation that are strategically placed in their positions to impact our city's youth, and that's important. So for me, I need to know that those employees are going to be secured. And that's important. So with that said, I am going to vote aye on 1 through 5 and no on 6.
Councilperson Waterman.
Nick, we received a memo today, and I know your name is on this memo, all right? Could you explain this memo? The reason why I'm asking you to explain it, because it partially came from the law department and HR, all right? You need to explain this, because the more and more I hear us go through this, it can be confusing, all right? And because I visit recreation at least twice, I spoke to the director over there, I spoke to HR, I spoke to Civil Service, and I know, based on my understanding, no one will lose their job, all right? But I'm not naive to the fact that if a title, because y'all doing restructuring, I've been through a restructuring process. When you do restructuring, okay, if there's a title that someone else has that does not fit that restructuring, if it is not necessarily needed, that person will not be in that department. Based on civil service, you will have to find whatever that title is. Am I correct? And within the city. They won't be in that department, but wherever that title is. I mean, I want everything out here.
Well, Councilman, one thing I want to stress is the memo came from two parties. It came from the head of our labor and employment group from the legal perspective, as well as Mark Bunbury from personnel from the policy perspective.
Gotcha.
So the purpose of the memo was really twofold. One, to explain the chronology of how we got to where we got through the reorganization, the memo received by the recreation employees, and where we are today, and in clarifying what the Department of Recreation and Youth Development is doing by Mark Bunbury with HR, and also clarifying the law. So there are one thing I want to stress is, as a law department, we clarify what the law is.
Right.
And then, the BA and HR, they clarify what the policy is.
Right.
The one thing I think we want to stress is that the policies that are being undergone by HR, recreation, and what the business administrator is talking about is over and above what civil service would require. The commitment of the BA and HR is saying that no one's going to lose their jobs, there's not going to be any layoffs. As you mentioned, depending on how things go in reorganizing titles, that's always a possibility. However, in this case, you've received the commitment of human resources and their commitment of the business administrator to say that they're not going to do that. So they are going above what the legal floor is. The other thing to keep in mind, I want to make sure the council understands this, is the whole point of civil service is there's a separate civil service commission outside of the city as an entity of the state that oversees personnel changes, terminations, movement, for anybody in a civil service title to make sure it's in conformity with the law. So independent of what we're talking about today, for the changes in the ordinance and the structure, and we're talking about this particular movement of employees and the concerns everyone has, no matter what we do today regarding this ordinance, those civil service protections and the Civil Service Commission oversight will always exist. And that's something that comes from outside of the city. And obviously, from the point of view of the law department and HR, Any decisions that are made regarding the movement of employees needs to be in conformity with that. Otherwise, civil service will come in and say, you didn't do that properly, that termination is null and void, or that transfer is null and void, and obviously we don't want to be there. But the most important thing I can stress is that the policies laid out in the memo are over and above any legal requirements.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so with that said, I'll vote yes for 1 through 5 and no for 6. I got it. Thank you, Nick.
Council President.
Okay, a couple of questions before I make a statement. In the memo that you distributed today, which I didn't have an opportunity to review in great depth, but I bring your attention to page 2, to the second paragraph, the second time it's underlined September 25th, 2019. And it reads, on the same day that the memorandum was transmitted, meaning the memorandum of September 25th, many Recreation Department employees called CSC about the restructuring and its effect on their jobs with the city, specifically asking whether or not they should be submitting applications for the new positions in the Department of RYD, Recreation and Youth Development. Director Bunbury and Sahido Olushi, the city's CSC representative, exchanged emails, and Mr. Olushi was provided with a copy of the ordinances and the September 25th memorandum. Director Bunbury assured Mr. Olushi that all CSC regulation laws will be followed during the restructuring, that the process is transparent, and that no city employee was threatened with job loss or reduction in salary. I'm requesting a copy of those email exchanges between Mr. Bunbury and Salid Olushi. And then did you want to respond to that? No? Okay. I'm not looking for a response. I'm requesting it.
Okay.
In the next paragraph after that, October 21st, 2019, it says, following a phone call prior to the week and in light of more calls from Recreation Department employees to CSC, Mr. Olushi and Director Bunbury had another email exchange in which Director Bunbury attempts to confirm that CSC has no opposition to the city's restructuring. Director Bunbury gives assurances that the city will comply with all CSC regulations, statutes, and the city is not seeking layoffs or terminations of permanent employees. Director Bunbury acknowledged that permanent employees are not required to reapply for their job in order to maintain their CSC protections, but that the process is intended to determine which Recreation Department employees are interested in a new position and which are not. Director Bunbury advises that the city will provide notice of any organizational transfers to CSC 2 to 4 weeks prior to the January 1, 2020 reorganization date, pursuant to New Jersey NJAC 4A:4-7.1. Mr. Olushi responds that until an organizational transfer request plan is submitted, CSC cannot opine on whether the same would be in compliance with its regulations and statutes. I would like a copy of the communications that were exchanged on email, those written communications between Mr. Olushi and Director Bunbury and any other city officials that may be involved there. So now let me address a couple of the issues that were raised. It was suggested here that repealing this ordinance, and it's already defeated on first reading, so my vote's going to be meaningless in that regard. I'm still going to vote yes for 3.6, but it was suggested that the repeal of the ordinance would have no effect by the attorneys here for the city. And I'll just draw your attention again to September 25th, 2019, the memo dated that date, and the very first paragraph reads, as you may know, the City of Jersey City adopted an ordinance on June 16th, 2019 to create a new department, the Department of Recreation and Youth Development, which will take effect on January 1st, 2020. Although the city appreciates the service that every recreation employee has provided to the prior department. In the new Department of Recreation and Youth Development, we want to ensure that we have everyone in the best job for their skill set and the best people to serve our youth. And then it goes on to talk about the process and describe that. And as I pointed out in the caucus meeting on Monday, on the end of that first page of the memo, in bold and underline, it read, while it has been suggested now that this is just an expression of interest for employees, it literally read, for the public record again, that all current Department of Recreation employees must apply to a job posting by October 11th, 2019, 11:59 p.m. to be considered for a role in the Department of Recreation and Youth Development. And I say that just to suggest that, again, kind of how this is discussed and presented just keeps morphing day by day and throughout. Now, I want to go back to that memo that was provided by the Law Department and HR, in which it indicates that that Director Bunbury in which Director Bunbury attempts to confirm that CSC has no opposition to the city's restructuring. Attempts to confirm, meaning not that CSC did not have any opposition to it. He's attempting to confirm it because they have not expressed whether they're in opposition to it or not. It goes on to say, and Mr. Lucci responds that until an organizational transfer request plan is submitted, CSC cannot opine on whether the same would be in compliance with its regulations and statutes. So again, in writing, literally saying that the civil service representative is neither confirming nor denying, and is not even remotely suggesting that despite what our officials are saying, that everything's in compliance. They are suggesting that they're not providing an opinion on this at all, and that they're waiting for something to come forward to them before they can officially opine, which I stated in my email and letter to Kelly Glenn and shared with the entire council as well. I just want to point that out. There are contradictions there in the statements that are being made, and I want to make sure that's there for the record. Lastly, I'm just going to say, introduce this ordinance with the idea of repealing the ordinance because it was suggested in this memo that it was these actions that then led to the restructuring. The restructuring of the department led to this process. And so it stands to reason that if the restructuring was the impetus to initiating this process, it stands to reason that repealing that restructuring would then cease the process. Which I would say is a process that is, at best, deeply flawed, and as Councilman Boggiano said, it's wrong, right? So when we talk about how we just treating our employees here, while giving the reassurances, and it's good to see reassurances in writing suggesting that people will have their jobs and there'll be no layoffs, at the end of the day, it's not just about all of that, right? It's about treating people with dignity and respect. It's again about saying, how do we motivate and how do we treat our employees? What are the values that we're going to have in saying that we do this? If we accept the premise and the idea that this can be done without the ordinance and having any sort of restructuring being done, then literally for every city employee out there, be on the lookout, because it's possible that hundreds and thousands of employees throughout the city can then be restructured and moved in this sort of mass kind of way in some way. And essentially we're giving our agreement that that's acceptable and allowable, and for my part, I won't do that. Lastly, I'm going to say once civil service does opine, and if they should opine on this and they should ultimately conclude in some way that there was malfeasance or neglect or some problem in here, and even take certain actions. The councilman suggested that wouldn't pay for any attorneys. I certainly won't pay for an attorney, but I will say, I will go even one step further. And I'll say this, that those who would suggest that all of this was in compliance, if it should come back otherwise, that people will be held accountable. People will be held accountable for these actions and for how they're treating people here, our employees here, recreation employees here in Jersey City. Because it's just not fair, and to watch all of this unfold and to watch kind of the machinations of all of this is deeply disturbing, and for the people of the city, employees of the city of Jersey City, and for the residents of the city of Jersey City to know that the lengths that there is something going on here that is not, despite what's being said about transparency, clearly there is something not transparent because there was 1,000 other ways to go about doing this. If you truly wanted to improve and enhance the department, there are other ways to go about it in order to enhance this. I spoke to one of the recreation employees who said, if we wanted to put a whole division of youth development, which I think many people thought when this was being considered back in July, that there would be an expansion of the recreation department and that somehow new jobs would be added and that there would be other people added into those positions, that you could add those positions, but for the positions that are out there, for people who are doing their job and who are working at it every day and serving our children and our communities in Jersey City, that why do we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater in that sense? Why are we telling them and telling people that they're not valued, essentially? And you can cut it and slice it however you want, but telling people to apply for their jobs is telling them you don't think much of them at the end of the day. And for my part, that's not the message I want to convey. And if there are bad employees, and there are in every organization, as I've said before in previous meetings, you manage employees, you manage and motivate, and the accountability for that employee's actions is on that employee, but it's also on the managers, the 5 directors in 6 years that we've had that have not been held accountable. And ultimately, all of that mismanagement is a reflection of leadership at the top and in the mayor's office ultimately. So I just want to say sorry to our recreation employees. You deserve better. I vote aye on all.
Voting aye on all. Allow me to recap. 3.1, very importantly, has been introduced 801, abstention by Councilman Solomon. 3.2 through 3.5 have been introduced unanimously, 9-0. 3.6, defeated. 3 votes in the affirmative, 6 against. Voting in the affirmative, Council members Baggiano, Lavaro, excuse me, it's 2-7 actually. We have Councilman Baggiano, sorry? You voted no, Councilman, on 6?
No, he said it.
You voted yes.
Yeah, he said.
I'm so sorry. I heard the concentrating on the abstention. That's where I got it. Okay. Okay, so we have it's 2-7. Aye votes cast by council members Baggiano and Lavaro. And Solomon. Sorry. That's the way I had it. 6. Okay. Got it? Thank you. All right, on to second reading, council members and members of the public. Our first second reading tonight and second reading tonight are going to be moved, advertised for the first meeting in November, which will be Thursday. Help me out with the date, 14th?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Do you need a motion or?
I need a motion to move 4.1, which is ordinance 19086.
My hope is.
We're gonna have the business administrator is going to join us.
We also would ask the council to do the same with 4.9. There was an omission in some of the noticing required on the planning side. It's an administrative issue on our end that we didn't realize had occurred until this point a couple days ago. So we would ask that the council carries 4.9 to the next meeting as well.
Okay, we'll do that as well.
Yes, yes.
4.2
And 4.9.
is City Ordinance 19128.
Motion.
Wait, and
And
4.9, 19147. That's going to go to the 11/14/19 council meeting, advertised for that meeting. The motion is made by Councilman Solomon, seconded by Councilman Rivera.
Renzeri.
Sorry?
Renzeri.
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 I didn't hear, I heard your voice, I'm sorry. Prinzary. On the motion, Councilperson Ridley. Prinzary.
Aye.
Fagiano. Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Just to tell the colleagues, I mean, I think on 4.1 and 4.2, the goal is before the next meeting to have a firm plan of action. We've had good conversations on both, so we'll see where they're going. So with that, I vote aye.
Robinson. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. President.
Aye.
Okay, so let me take these out of contention right now. 4.1. They're out of the mix, so we'll start off with 4.3. Council members, members of the public. 4.3. City Ordinance 19139, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations. Section 332-9, stop intersections, designating Crescent Avenue and Astor Place as the multi-way stop intersection. This is a public hearing on the ordinance. Are there any members wishing to be heard? No.
Hi, good evening. My name is Glenn Trickle. I'm the committee person from Ward F, District 11, and I'd like to thank you for taking time to address this issue. I have lived on Astor Place for more than 16 years, and I have unfortunately witnessed very many close calls at that intersection. As some of you know, the Julia Barnes School is right there at that intersection, with the entrance being on the corner of Astor and Crescent. Many, many kids are back and forth, running and playing, many people walking their dogs, and many people just out walking. And this morning, actually, when I was going to work, around 6:45 this morning, there was a car coming down Astor Place. didn't have his lights on, and there was a car waiting at the stop sign on Crescent. And the guy, well, the person in the car on Crescent didn't see anyone coming, so of course he started going forward. Luckily, there was no crash, because there could have been a serious T-boning, and someone could have been seriously hurt. We have a great many new families moving into our neighborhood, and I know many of them do have kids. So it would be a tragedy if someone were to be hit at that intersection, because people just from Monticello, they make that turn and they just fly down to go to Summit. So having a stop sign there would be one deterrent, helping them to slow down and look out for the kids and the people that are out just walking, especially their dogs. So I would like to thank you very much again for taking time for this, and Councilman Robinson for taking time to listen, for his support, and for his guidance. Thank you.
Can I have your name? I've been so busy with the camera, I didn't get your name.
Glenn Trickle.
Thank you so much, Mr.
You're welcome.
Motion.
Second.
The motion was by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion, Councilperson Ridley to close.
Aye.
Prinzary. Aye. Bajano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon. Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Lavaro.
Aye.
For final adoption, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary. Aye. Bajano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
I just want to say, briefly, just say thanks to Glenn for coming out tonight, and really just thank you for all of your help being a committee man in that area. I'm surprised that hasn't been a area where more things has happened. Right in the middle of two schools, number 12 school and Lincoln High School. So thank you for pointing it out to my office, and thank you for being here tonight. I vote aye.
Person Rivera.
I vote aye.
Councilperson Waterman.
Aye.
President.
Aye.
We have a 9-0 vote for the adoption of item 4.3, City Ordinance 19-139. Item 4.4, City Ordinance 19-140, is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping, amending Section 332-24, no parking certain hours on the west side of James Avenue. Public hearing on the ordinance. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rivera. Yep. Seconded by Councilperson Prinzary. To close the public hearing. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary. Aye. Bajano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Aye. Lavaro.
Aye.
We have a 9-0 vote to close the public hearing for the final adoption of City Ordinance 19-140, item 4.4. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Bajano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Aye. President.
Aye.
We have a 9-0 for the adoption of City Ordinance 19-140, item 4.4 on tonight's agenda. On to item 4.5, City Ordinance 19-141. An ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City adopting amendments to the Highway Mixed-Use Zone of the Water Street redevelopment plan. This is a public hearing on the subject ordinance. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Jason Berg. Since the redevelopment has been going on in that area on Water Street and beyond, trying to get into the Hudson Mall going north is extremely painful in the sense of wasting time. Before those houses were built, you can get in there with the 1 or 2 lights. Now it's like 3 to 4 or more, depending on the traffic. Now, the more you build up an area that hasn't been worked on for some time, it's like you're planning things, which is good, but planning down the road for traffic control or trafficking is not seen in your development program. With that area being mixed use, that would be for housing and also commercial. Am I correct?
Actually, for 440, they are, our engineering and planning departments are working with the state to make some changes along that corridor to alleviate some of the stressors. So this is something they've been working on for quite some time, and both myself and Councilwoman Ridley have been working with them to try and make some of these changes.
When will that,
But this amendment's about adding a restaurant use.
This amendment makes
That's all it does.
All it does is, because it's currently zoned as high-rise, and this use is not in there, so it's making an amendment to that. But the traffic it's under the purview of the state, so we're working with that on that.
all right, so the issue is being redirected for that jug handle to go around that little island, say where,
No, this is not the same spot. It's a different spot. I'm happy to talk with you
We talk
offline
offline on
about
that. That's
so it's further out. It's from the old, the unit is basically at the old Alpha Metals area, Water Street on that side.
Correct. I'm happy to talk with you offline about that.
that's unrelated to this
Right.
ordinance.
But again, one thing that's really...
Jason.
Let me just, please, just say, when you're doing your planning, you got to worry about traffic control.
This ordinance is, what you're bringing up is not
I'm
related
just
to
saying,
this ordinance.
thank you very much for your attention.
Motion.
God bless.
Second.
Ridley, motion, second by Prinzeri. To close, Councilperson Ridley. Prinzeri. Bajano.
Stepped out.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Lavara.
Aye.
We have an 8-0 vote to close the public hearing. For final adoption, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzeri.
Aye.
Bajano.
Stepped out.
He's out of the room. Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman.
Aye.
Lavara.
Aye.
Councilman Bajano out of the room. We have an 8-0 vote for the final adoption of item 4.5. 4.6, City Ordinance 19-142 is an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City adopting amendments to the Powerhouse Arts District Redevelopment Plan regarding the amendment of permitted commercial space and the expansion of permitted uses in the rehabilitation zone. This is a public hearing on the ordinance. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard? Let me get the camera, Council. Mrs. Balser?
Thank you. Could you please, Yvonne Balser, could you please explain in the ordinance the the idea to include dormitories in that particular area. When I think of dormitories, I think of schools. There's not a school, as far as I know, in the Powerhouse District. So I couldn't understand, when I read it, I didn't understand what it mean by that.
Nyack, is it? Nyack University?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and St. Peter's is also opening up space a block away. This isn't for them, but there will be universities there.
There will be a university in that particular area.
Not a full campus, but you know,
But it's going to be dormitories there.
The satellite campuses, yes.
Satellite campus there. And you're going to have students living there. This is a property that got, I believe, a very long tax abatement, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that was never the use of the Powerhouse District when it was first introduced at all. See, the problem I see is that, you know, a lot of things are pushed by people living in that particular area, saying we got to have an area for a certain reason, and all of a sudden, that reason is not done for what it is. To me, that abatement should be null and void because it was never introduced as dormitories. I remember going back to the previous administration, not just this administration, on what it should be all about. I think that building, that was not the intended purpose of that building at all. And when those abatements were given out, and if it's not living up to that permitted use, then it should be null and void and start from scratch. I don't agree with that.
It's not changing the use of the whole building, and the neighborhood association voted and approved the potential changes.
Yeah, but see, the neighborhood is one part. It affects everyone who pays taxes because they receive a tax abatement. It affects my pocketbook and anybody else, which means they didn't go up doing reval like everyone else went up. So it doesn't really matter. I was here when this went through. I remember the conversation on what the Powerhouse was supposed to be. And dormitories was never part of the original plan. And if you're not going to go with the original plan, then the agreement should be null and void. That's it. I mean, we're handing out tax abatements in the city like candy, like Halloween candy, and if it doesn't come across a certain way, well, we'll just change it a bit. It should be null and void. It doesn't live up to what it's supposed to be. I just think it's wrong. I mean, you're now going to find a tenant for it. But I remember it was like lines, people sitting here, going all the way back down here saying how much we need the Powerhouse Arts District, and it's going to do this, it's going to do that. And it's baloney. It's absolutely baloney. And if that is a building that's now, that's not a rateable, it should be a rateable, but it's not. And we're trying to figure out how to fill it up with dormitories to make it, livable. I mean, it's in an area of the city that someone can come along and rehab it and actually make it into a rateable, contribute to the city. But we do things on an emotional level. We're not doing things, and when it pans out, when it doesn't pan out correctly, this is the backdoor fix. And I think the tax abatement that started should be null and void, and put it up like a developer develop the property and let it be a rateable for the city. That is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Public hearing, anyone else wishing to be heard?
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion by the council president, seconded by councilperson Barry.
But before we do the council
One
president.
second, please. We're just closing, Councilman.
Yeah.
Councilperson, let me get this camera going correctly. Okay, to close the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Fagiano. Aye. Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson. Aye. Rivera. Waterman. Lavara.
Aye.
We've closed the public hearing, 8-0.
Before we do the council president,
Yes.
can I ask Councilman James Solomon, how many units going to be built of the dome? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, how many units dome they're going to build?
I don't know. Is the applicant here? If they want to answer.
And anybody?
Bertobello.
Donald Foley benches in the front row.
The cleanup hitters in the audience too.
I'm sorry, Councilman, the question?
Yeah, they're going to build a dormitory. How many units going to be?
That has not been finally determined yet. It'll probably be about 71 units. We're working with the planning staff to determine the final number of units. But that will be mixed in with what's already there. Just for a couple of clarifications, this is an existing building. It's not new construction. It's 150 Bay Street, which is an historic structure.
Mhm.
The purpose of the Powerhouse Arts District redevelopment plan is to revitalize and reuse, to do what's known as adaptive reuse. This is just another means by which we can adaptively reuse this existing building. It's currently not tax abated. I know that statement was put on the record. There was originally a 5-year tax abatement many years ago when the building was first converted to some live-work units, but that has since expired. So the dormitory use will be consistent with the live-work units that are also in the building. We're also developing more live-work units in that building as well. So this is just yet another compatible use for the adaptive reuse of the existing building.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Roberto Bello. He has a famous wife.
Any further questions?
It's a public hearing on the ordinance. Please step forward if you have something.
We closed the public hearing.
Pardon, sir?
We closed the public hearing.
Oh, we did, that's right. He was just... Okay. He was just clarifying a question by Councilman Young. Councilperson Ridley, this is for final adoption.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Boggiano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera. He's still out of the room? Waterman. LaVara.
Aye.
Councilman Rivera out of the room. We have an 8-0 vote for the final adoption of City Ordinance 19142, item 4.6. Moving on to 4.7. This is an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City amending and supplementing Chapter 345 zoning, Article 4 fees, deposits, and inspections, Sections 345-333 fees, and Chapter 160 fees and charges of the Jersey City Municipal Code. This is a public hearing on the ordinance. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Yes.
Walser.
Yvonne Walser. One thing I have noticed with this administration, and I went through the budget, this is going back probably Philip's first term, he has increased the tax base with fees. So he put out these letters saying that taxes has not gone up. But you know what? The fees have gone up a lot. And at that point, it was like $10 million. So I would like to know how much will this bring in? Because this is a backdoor tax if you're going to constantly raise up the fees and administration. That's a backdoor tax. What will this bring in? Because it's really wrong to tell the public that I'm not raising taxes, but you're raising all these fees, which is a backdoor tax. So what will this bring in? Additional fees.
Do you have a chocolate?
I don't think we have that information, but the fee in question here is clarifying the names of it's amending the fees for demolition prior approval and determination of significance review. So people who are filing for demolitions, applications for demolitions and getting a determination. So it clarifies some of the language around that.
I just want to bring this up again. When I compared the fees collected under Mayor Healy and the fees collected under this administration, and this is going back during Phil's first term, we're talking about $10 million extra that was being collected. I don't have the figures in front of me, but I did look at it very carefully, and there were a lot of fees in a lot of places from whether or not it was restaurants or anything. So we're being nickel and dime with fees, and I really am tired of hearing, oh, I didn't raise taxes. But if you try to open up a business in Jersey City, you're being hit over the head with all these fees. Or if you're selling a property in Jersey City, you got to pay all these fees, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, the application fee for demolition prior approval is going to be $100, and the determination of significance will also be a $100 fee.
I mean, I remember what I had to pay when I sold my house. I mean, it was kind of, I have to go and pay a fireman's fee over something that was, you know, it's like a nickel and dime. You're nickel and diming people to death with these fees.
To demolish a property, we have to have somebody do the reviews, and we have our...
But if you take it collectively, but the city has added in fees since the beginning of this administration, and look at all of them, there's been a lot of fees that has been increased. It is not just this demolition. This is probably has not been raised. So let's go after this one. But collectively, and honestly, don't believe me, look at the budget. Look at what was collected under Mayor Healy's budget, his last term, and look what's collected now. And
Yvonne, if you'll recall, we passed an ordinance, I forget, like a year ago, maybe, I guess it was, about demolitions. And so there was all these new requirements with regard to determining if there was historic properties, significance, and so forth. So work goes into it, and this just essentially probably barely covers, it doesn't cover the cost of the work that's being done there around all of that too.
And all that is passed off to us, though, or the public who's looking for housing. It's not as though it disappears. All of those fees are being passed off to the person buying a house, and you're saying there's no affordable housing. But, you know, I'm not in favor of the ordinance that you passed in terms of saving buildings that are 50 years old or older. That's like houses that go back to the 1960s, which look like junk to me. But the point of it is, there's been nothing but fees that have been collected by this administration, or they're going around and saying that taxes are low. And that's what I had to bring up. Thank you very much.
Yvonne, it's not issue, it's a fees issue, but more important things to face now. I like the business owners to pay attention a little bit this case. When we passed the ordinance of 2018 about the demolition permit processing, at the time, Historic Preservation, the committee, promised to us to give us a letter of a building age determination letter. They say they're going to provide in 3 to 4 days. Now, people waiting for 5-6 weeks. So you're going to change the fee $40 to $100, not just to change the fee itself, your services have to be improved. If we raise a fee to $40 to $100 now, then you're going to match that the way they originally promised us, 3 to 4 days of processing time to get building age determination letter. Because I get already several phone calls from the small contractor. They apply for the letters almost 6-7 weeks. Some cases they say waiting for 45 days. Is that fair? In other words, you guys continue to raise the fee, but their service is not to follow. So please tell me where you stand for. Don't just raise a fee, then that's not the way you should say. It's a backdoor tax. But if you have to raise a fee to improve the service, then it's understandable. Please tell me.
Yeah, so a couple things to clarify here. One is that the main intention of this ordinance is to adjust some of the language around the names of the fees and to move them into different sections of the code. The fee, there's the one fee that goes from $40 to $100. The total revenue is marginal for this. There's only a couple hundred applications a year, so you're talking about $10,000, $20,000, something like that. But I will say also that we understand the need for additional support in this division, and we just had a new employee start last week. Hopefully this fee will help offset some of the cost of that. We understand there's a backlog in not just this place, but a lot of places, and we're trying to amend that as best as we can.
So the case, I even called that historic preservation officer, one of the person, and I left a message 3 days ago. Still, I didn't get phone call from that person. I mean, when they...
Who was the person you left a message with?
I'm not going to tell the front of the people, but I'm going to tell you now. So now, when you guys promised to us, the city council, year ago, the process time 3-4 days, and the $40 a decent fee, now increase $100, that $60 increase more, I'm going to appreciate not enough to hire extra person. So you guys increase a fee, but they're not going to follow the service the way they promised to us. So I'm not feel comfortable just to raise a fee without increased service. You understand?
Yes, and as I said before, we did hire one more person who started, I think that person started last week.
Was that last week?
Yeah, I think it was the 15th of October.
All right, okay, good. So, Ivan, you understand, because that what they promised the first time, and it seems like a situation changed. And the more worse that there is a small developer, when they apply for the expected letter from the approval letter, like 3-4 days, now they have to wait for 45 days. So even though increase the fee to them, pay more, but they want to get the processing a little faster. You know what I'm saying? So they hired extra person. If they improve the service, I think it's worse to increase the fee, that case.
There's been an increase in fees in everything. It's just one of many, I'm trying to say. I looked through the budget, and I combed through it one day, and I compared it to where it was Healy's last budget, and I forgot, maybe it was 2014 Phillips' budget. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at it, and it's like, boom, I'm getting this letter. Taxes have not gone up. Fees have gone up. And I scoured that budget really very, very well. And there are a lot of fees in many areas. And you know what? It does hit, and you talk about there's no affordable housing. Well, you're the reason why. If it's not a tax increase, it's a fee increase. It is passed on to the people one way or another. Thank you very much.
No.
Jason Berg. Yes, fees are important, but quality of service is always lacking in the city. I'm hearing that basically it's a state of freedom. And with the backlogs, a prime example, someone's trying to get a building done. It takes a year to get done. The work only takes 6 months. To get the inspectors to come in and do their job took another 6 months. Jersey City wants fees, fine. You want progress, fine. And make sure that the builders and the homeowners are not being burnt waiting on the paper or the individual to get their proverbial behind on the job.
Thank you.
And it's very important that we have fees to put something in line to understand. But the real thing here is, when is progress regress? And that's a real problem. I mean, who's paying for someone's building? He has a mortgage for a year. He's supposed to get it for 6 months. What?
Jason.
Yes.
Just stick to the ordinance. Talk as long as you want, but stick to this ordinance.
Well,
Okay?
the thing is
It's about
that,
the fees.
but the progress,
Okay.
is there progress here? I mean, it's very small, but again, this city, when municipalities, if they ran like nonprofits at 80-20, 80% for the people and 20% for the administration, we'd be bankrupt. Or we are bankrupt, really, to tell the truth. You really look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
Ma'am.
I just want to ask.
Wait.
He's finished. He's finished.
No, it's okay, Jason. You may return to your seat.
That's it.
This is a public hearing. Anyone else remaining to be heard?
Motion.
I heard Councilperson Waterman, seconded by Councilperson Prinzeri.
Yep.
sweet man.
What do you call it, brought it in, Angelica?
Okay, to close the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Renzeri.
Aye.
Maggiano.
I just want to ask something. I only see one
This
fee
is to
being-
close, sir.
All right, but before I,
This is to
all right,
close.
Okay, yeah, okay. Go on.
Ewan.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman.
Aye.
Guevara.
Step away.
George, you want more?
All right, just give me a second. Okay. For final adoption, Councilperson Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Renzeri. Maggiano.
I just want to ask a question. The only fee that's being increased or changed is the demolition fee. Is that correct? That's the only fee?
Yeah.
Yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, I agree with what Yvonne said. A demolition fee, $100, that's a shame. There should be a lot more, should be charging a lot more for the damage they do to people's properties. I vote aye.
Councilman Ewan.
Okay, I'm gonna vote for aye, based on that you promised us to increase that the service of that produced that the building age determination letter, whatever they call, you know what I'm saying? Because they promised 4 days, now it's a 45 days waiting period of time, and the small contractor is a really financial issue to them. So please, okay, based on that promise, I'll vote for aye to increase the fee $40 to $100.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Thank you. Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman.
Aye.
President.
Step away.
We have an 8-0 with the council president out of the room. On to 4.8. City Ordinance 19-145. An ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City adopting amendments to create the Adaptive Reuse Overlay Zone G in the Morris Canal Redevelopment Plan. This is a public hearing on the ordinance. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Motion.
Jason's there.
What is meant by reuse overlay zone G? What is an overlay? Is it changing the format of the given specs of the property?
Nick, answer his question. Overlay. It's Chuck.
The overlay is it's a zoning term, specifically related to things that are pre-existing uses. It's a zoning term of art.
So what does it do when you're doing an overlay for the program? How is it being changed?
Chuck, you here for this? Chuck, are you here for this? Okay.
Why don't you come right up to the mic?
Charles Harrington of Foley.
Pull the mic over, please.
Representing the applicant for this amendment. The adaptive reuse overlay means that there's an existing building there. There's a church. So in the event you want to adaptively reuse that church in lieu of demolishing it and building pursuant to the existing zoning, there are different zoning regulations for the adaptive reuse of it, to encourage the adaptive reuse of it.
Thank you, Jason.
Motion.
We got, anyone else? Ms. Jones? Oh,
My name is Mary Webb Miller, and I'm concerned about
Your name?
Mary Webb Miller.
Mary
I'm
Webb
concerned about the adaptive use. I live at 255 Pacific Avenue, and the church at 260 Pacific Avenue has been granted permission for adaptive use. In a block where we have 1, 2, and 3 family homes, we're now proposing for 9 units or 7. Parking will be horrendous, and instead of looking at a church, I will be looking at 9 units. When I go home tonight, I'm going to have to find parking 2 or 3 blocks away from my home. I have to make a decision what I do at night because of the parking. And now to add 9 units with a minimum of 9, a possibility of 18 more parking spaces in a residential neighborhood seems very unfair. And the fact that this was passed with no notice given to the residents of the neighborhood is just not right. It's just not right. And at this particular point in my life, I can't go out in the evening without a big decision, how will I go home? Because there will be no parking. And you keep adding and adding. And the fact that it's all residential and you're going to add a commercial property seems really unfair without considering what the residents think. And because of it's an overlay, I understand, we did not have to have a certified notification to come and speak before it was passed. I say to you, City Council, you say you represent the people. Sitting here tonight, I don't feel represented. I could agree with Yvonne Balsa with the nickel and dime of the registration, and it goes on and on. How do you sit there and pass those ordinances and not understand the impact upon the people you have agreed to serve? I can't understand it. Now, Robert Burns, who gave me a lesson in City Council, and I have the pictures to prove it, but I don't see what you explained to me. I brought my class here, and you explained city government. But I don't see that tonight. I'm feeling very left out, having lived in this city all this time. I'm paying my taxes. I have to register this. I have to register that, time and time again. Every time I get a tax bill, I have a threat of what else I need to do. I need to go down City Hall and register this. Tell them who lives here, who lives there. Is that what it has come to in Jersey City, in America? Something's wrong here. Something is not right where the people who have lived their entire life, have never lived in another city in over 70 years, worked in this city.
Chuck.
Something's wrong here.
Sorry.
And you say that you
She said she wasn't
represent me.
notified.
I do not see it.
Excuse me, she said she wasn't notified. I want to hear what the lawyer said, because they're supposed to notify you, the people in the
No,
area.
because of the law.
No,
I didn't have to send a certified letter, I was told.
Okay, let me just find out exactly. They're getting ready to come up and explain your question.
As far as the notice for tonight's meeting or the
No, when the process first happened, she said she wasn't notified. She lives right next door.
Right, well, what we did with the process when we requested the amendment to the planning board, this went through to the
Right.
planning board. There was a hearing there. There were some public that spoke on it. I don't recall if Ms. Miller was there. But prior to that, we made a presentation to the Morris Canal Community Development Corporation and presented the project at that time before even getting to the planning board. So there is no requirement that you have a mailing for anything before the planning board or the council, but we did meet with the community beforehand, and it was a hearing before the planning board.
That's what I want that on record.
June Jones.
Good evening. Just to clarify what the process was and what happened, I think there might be a little bit of miscommunication. We host our meetings every first Wednesday of every month, and I've been doing this for the past 20 years. Our community full well knows we give out notices as well to remind people and to let them know what's on the agenda, so that if there's something in particular they want to talk about, or is of interest, they can come and speak on those issues. So we did have a meeting on this particular project. Ms. Miller did not attend that meeting, but there was representatives from the neighborhood as well. We've spoken since this has happened, and one of the things that, as a matter of fact, at the planning board meeting, there was representation as well. And it is my understanding, when we had the meeting, the only objection that we received from the community was in relationship to these old trees and them worrying about them being torn down. I shared that information with Ms. Miller as well. And also, too, when we have the meetings, it's important to come out and have your voice heard. So we don't know if there is opposition unless you tell us. And once it goes past the planning board, it's a little late. We had some discussion at our last meeting when Ms. Miller told me, I told her it was coming up on the agenda, and they still didn't like the idea. I spoke with Chuck Harrington, and he went to his client, and they decided to downscale it from 9 units to 7 units. And I believe the ordinance that was changed, I was told today, to reflect that. So in that regard, I think it is a win. The church has been empty for a long time. We don't want it to sit there forever to the elements and nothing be done. If we could have our way with the development, then, you know, we'd be happy about that. But the real issue with all of this development is not just this development, it's all development, because we're not addressing the parking issues. We have some serious parking issues. We have thousands of units that are being built and proposed to being built, and we're not dealing with our issues of parking and transportation. Now, when the issue came up about fees, let me tell you about some of the fees that are going on with this development itself, not this development, but the development in general, with little nickel and dime things. All of a sudden, the fire department has taken an issue with our neighborhood. People who have structures 100 years, 200 years old. I live in a house that's over 200 years old. They're asking people to make changes, revisions, things that are almost impossible to do within a short period of time. So if you consider the gentrification that is going on, and we're in the midst of it, property owners that are trying to hold on to their properties and have to decide whether they can pay those taxes that we just got hit with, and or the water bills that seem to be getting higher and higher. Now they have to worry about keeping the structure of their houses and violations. We're all being hit with these violations from the fire department. My building that we built, Morris Canal, an affordable building, was just built 5 years ago. Can you believe we have violations? Okay, we build buildings according to code. Code is what comes from this city. So when we talk about that, and I know it's a little bit off topic, but please consider all of these things that you are passing when we talk about fees. It's demolition today, but tomorrow it's going to be something else. The parking issue with the development itself is a really bad problem. We are pretty much a transportation desert in our neighborhood. When we used to have a bus that serviced and went to every part of the city, we have none. There's been recent compromise where we have one now that may service maybe in every hour. But even that, when you park in a bus stop that doesn't service our neighborhood, we're getting tickets. What sense does that make? So we have to take an overall look about what is going on in our neighborhood with development. Councilman Robinson has worked with us with Matt Ward. We are revisiting our redevelopment plan because what we thought about 20 years ago doesn't really work today. And we're hoping that parking is one of the issues that we can deal with development, so that it's not the developer, and that's what our community needs to know. It's not the developer because they're only doing what you say they can do. So the parking issue has to be taken up with the city, the people who make the laws in the city, and what can be done. That's it.
Public hearing?
Motion. Before we close the public hearing,
Who owned the motion?
it still says 9 units here. She said something about 7.
7.
It was 7, we discussed that before, it's supposed to be 7.
We discussed it, but on my purpose.
No, if you see the last page, they said 9 unit to amend to 7 units.
Last
Look at the meeting package, the last
Fact sheet needs to be updated, there's just.
The fact sheet, yeah, the purpose.
9 unit to 7 units.
But the later documents towards the end of the doc. Indicate 7 units.
No parking.
Okay, let's close the, we have a motion by Councilman Robinson, second by Councilperson Prinzary to close the
No
public
parking,
hearing.
how are you gonna build this?
Councilperson Ridley? Prinzary? Bajano?
Aye.
Yun? To close?
Yes.
Solomon? Yes. Robinson?
Aye.
Rivera? Rivera?
Aye.
Waterman?
Aye.
Lavara?
Aye.
9-0 vote to close the public hearing. For final adoption, Councilperson Ridley. Prinzary? Bajano?
You know what, they're speaking about parking, they should come to Journal Square and see all the major developments, all these high-rises being built with no parking, and it's strangulating the whole Journal Square area. So I feel sorry for them, and I know what they're going through. I vote no.
Councilman Yun.
You know, before I take, I'm going to ask you, the Councilman Robbins, that's your district, right? Are you feel comfortable building your new 7 unit without parking?
So it's a church that they can't knock down, and they're probably never going to make it a church again. And I went to the community meetings where it was 9 units, and that was about a year ago. And the 9 units, the only thing the community talked about was trees. When I went to the meeting, and that was about, I'm gonna say about 8 months ago.
You know
I
what?
went to the community meeting. I didn't know about the concern of parking. All of the it was about 40 residents at the, if not more, at the Morris Canal building. And the only complaint I had was trees, that they didn't want to cut down the old trees. I actually stood up in the meeting and said, is that all you guys see with this building? And they said yes. So this is the first one here, and I'm a little confused. I thought everybody was on the same page last week when they came back to us and they said that it was going
No.
from 9 to 7.
You can't.
So,
What's that?
this is my personal opinion, and the parking issue is not only certain area, it's a citywide issue. And especially 26 Pacific Avenue, it's not the commercial area, it's a neighborhood. They build the 7 units without parking. I'm not feel comfortable. If anybody try build the heights, 7 units in the, it's not Main Street, it's more like a neighbor street. I'm not feel comfortable allow the 7 units without parking. So I'm gonna vote for no.
Councilman Solomon.
Just very briefly, I have great respect for Ms. Jones and the work she's doing at Morris Canal and Councilman Robinson, and taking a building that sat vacant and finding a use for it and turning it into a productive place. And the people who move into those units become your neighbors. And so, we take our lead from community groups and representatives. So with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Ooh, I'm very confused here. I thought this was already taken care of. I know I've been to the meetings. Auntie Laverne, I saw you today, and you didn't mention anything to me that there was an issue going on. I really thought this was something good for the community. I thought the community cared for it. I thought they wanted to see this done. It's a church that has been sitting for how long now, vacant?
Okay.
Oh, it's been a vacant building for a while. I doubt very seriously that another church is going to take this over, and if not, then it's going to be probably sitting there vacant for much longer. I do feel for the parking in the area. We all struggle with that each and every day, but the whole 40 people in the community was sitting in the room that night. I'm sorry that you wasn't there, and they all agreed to it. And I actually stood up, you can ask my aide, and said, is that all you guys see here is trees? And they said yes. And I think they talked about like dog poop or something like that as well, but I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera?
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Waterman? Council President?
Do you vote, Joyce? Okay. I'll vote aye.
Okay, allow me to tally. We have a 7-2 vote for final adoption of City Ordinance 19145, item 4.8. That would be Council Members Bagiano and Yun voting no.
Oh, yeah?
Right. That's a sister.
We got it when she said Webb. Okay, council members, we're to 1.10. This is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 53 Personnel, 53-11 of the Jersey City Municipal Code. This is the salary ordinance. Any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Yvonne Balser. I am personally not against the council getting a salary. What I am against, however, is the fact that it is still a part-time job. And for the amount of work that you receive, you're not able to do that job well if it's considered a part-time job. And that's what should be done. So you go to boards, you go to meetings in the evening, and you get tons of work, from the administration. And then you're relying upon the advice of the city's attorneys, who really represents the mayor, not you. So you're getting that. So you have to do your own digging. So my issue is it was not the money. It'll be, it's probably still very low for what the work you really do. To me, it should be a full-time job, and if you want to work part-time, that's fine. But it should be considered that. And I think, because how many times have you had to correct a ordinance because you didn't have the time to investigate it and you have to do it again? I mean, that's happened in this administration. I don't want to bring up all the mistakes that you had to correct.
This is about salaries. Please.
But it's about the salary. Is to me, if you can address that issue, because this is a Class 1 city, like Newark. There's only 2 of them that's Class A1. So that, to me, what you should be working on, because I want to thank those people that do work full-time, because you put in more time, and I see the difference. It's not an attack on those who do not work part-time or have another job, full-time job. But there is a difference when, Michael Young, he reads all this stuff, or Mr. Bogiano will tell me he went to that meeting to discuss something, because he's there full-time. There is a difference between the quality of the work that's there. So I am not against this, but to me, it goes short to what it should be. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Public hearing on the ordinance, salary ordinance.
Jason Berg, for the public record, what is the current level of the salary for you council people, and what will it be going up to?
What's the question?
The question is, what is the current salary of the council?
Currently 36,000 annually, and then it's
32 for some.
It hasn't been the council hasn't been raised since 1993 by ordinance. There have been slight increases because their salary COLAs
years of service
were tied to the lowest union raise granted in the city. So it's creeped up from the ordinance that was done in 1993 to the current rate that the council president has indicated.
So just to recap, it was 36,000 or 32,000?
32,000 increasing to 50,000 immediately, and then 55,000 in 2021, and 60,000 in 2022.
So the current rate will be what now?
50.
50,000. 50,000 for the council people plus an additional for the president, correct?
Correct.
And that would be another $2,000?
I think it's 5.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is a new hat.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on the salary ordinance?
Ron Simoncini, Jersey City Property Owners Association.
Ron?
Ron Simoncini, Simoncini, Jersey City Property Owners Association. So even at $50,000, it's the lowest paid part-time job in the history of mankind. I think, one of the things that guides these decisions often in these bodies, and I attend a lot of these meetings in different municipalities, is attracting qualified people who stay interested in keeping these jobs. And I look at you guys, and I know that this is a very motivated group that isn't working for the money at $32,000 or $50,000. I think the danger in the increases is where you become a professional government. And I think that the interaction that you folks have in your communities is based on your other work in the communities. And I would just say I would be completely in favor of this increase, but I would encourage you to remain involved in the things that you are involved in your communities, because that's what's bringing the high performance level of this council onto this dais, and not the money. And that you wouldn't want to see change. You wouldn't want to see people who can say, oh, I don't have to do anything else in the community except represent it, because I believe that that actually undermines the interests of the community. So I thank you for your service. I'm not a resident here. This probably isn't much of my business, but I do want to say that in my travels, I don't see, no matter what the council's paid, a body that's as committed as this one frequently, and I applaud you on that, and I wish you well with your raise.
Thank you. Motion.
If anyone's wishing to speak, would they just migrate up into the on-deck circle? It's the World Series season, so we're using baseball illusions. But if you want to speak, please migrate up towards one of the front rows.
Okay, we speak about the Mets.
I'm a Met fan. The season's over after the first pitch.
That's right, so true. Thank you, guys. I'm Rafael Torres. I'm a Heights resident. I want to first speak on this ordinance, and before I tell you why I support it, I want to ask the councilman, is this the same ordinance that you did in 2015 when I volunteered with you, and you had first introduced it?
2014.
Okay, 14, which was a great ordinance because it had tiers where if you had 2 or 3 helpers, it was less money that you got. Is that the same?
No.
No.
It's not. Okay. Well, first of all, I do want to give my support on this because I do believe that having extra money and having more money is a good thing, especially for you guys who do, like we just heard, all this beautiful work. And we feel that in my family, you cannot be telling me, I can't work 2 jobs or 3 jobs in order to make things meet, okay? So I applaud this ordinance, and I think you should support it. I think you do need a raise, okay? It's very important to be neutral across the line. And that way, in the future, other people could consistently compete with a councilman's job. And in politics, just like in Newark and in some of the cities in this area, which they're already paying this a large amount. So I support it, and I think you should too.
Public hearing on the ordinance, salary ordinance,
Motion.
Second.
by Councilperson Waterman, seconded by Councilperson Prinzary. Council members, for the final adoption of City Ordinance Item 4.10, the ordinance 19-148. Councilperson Ridley.
Robert, did we close?
Oh, I should close the public hearing first. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzeri.
Aye.
Bajano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon. Robinson. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman.
Aye.
Lavara.
Aye.
We have a 9-0 vote. For final adoption, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzeri.
Aye.
Bajano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Just very briefly, I'm going to vote no, not because I think city council shouldn't be full-time, it should be, and not because directors don't deserve raises they should, but I had a couple of concerns with the ordinance that expressed and didn't end up being amended. Huge ranges, which I don't think serve the council effectively in our work with the administration. Creating ranges for statutorily tenured positions, which I think they were tenured for a reason, to prevent people from making choices for political reasons, and this now means their salary will be based on an administrative decision. And then the third is for us as a council providing an offset and saying if we're going to spend this money on salaries, what should we be spending less on? And we're not doing that as part of this conversation, but I have no doubt that this council will hopefully do that in the future. But because those concerns weren't met, I'm going to vote no, and hopefully work with everyone on figuring out where we're going to offset this money in our budget cycle in 2020.
Councilman Robinson.
I have a quick question. C, page 3. C, in no instance shall a department director or the business administration receive an increase greater than 10% of their then existing base salary. However, in the first year of the adoption of the ordinance, such increases may be up to 15% of that employee then existing base salary. I think we asked at the caucus about the raises. Like, no one's jumping up right now. I think that was the question that was asked.
Takes
Yep.
effect in 2020.
This ordinance does not automatically change at all anyone's salaries. Any existing director could receive an increase of up to 15% next year, starting January 1st, based on performance reviews. In subsequent years, that maximum increase would be 10%. So based on whatever their salary is now.
And so the only salaries that are moving right now is the council.
Yes, yeah. Actually, the chief, the other ones that are not department directors, I guess technically are effective 20 days after the passage of this.
You mean the judges and...
Judges, all the other non-directors, the assessor, the collector, the CFO, the deputy assessor, everyone that's not a department director.
I know we spoke, and I know last year the council put in a request to have us check out all the salaries in the city. You know how close we are to getting that?
Yes. The audit is underway. It is very time consuming. We have hired an external consultant as approved by the council to do this. We hope that we are going to be finalizing that by the end of this year with recommendations that we will start to have discussions with the council in the beginning of next year with those changes. It's going to be synced up hopefully with the budget cycle for next year. It's a long process. There are hundreds of salaries that have to be reviewed individually. It takes a couple of hours sometimes for each one to compare it with other positions in the city, positions outside the city, market averages, that sort of thing. So it is very time consuming, but we're working on it.
Okay, I vote aye.
continue. It's 9 o'clock. You know where.
Aye. I got you, Councilman Rivera. I'm just trying to get you on camera, sir. There you go. Councilperson Waterman? Aye. And Council President Lavara.
Yeah, this is long overdue particularly for the city council and for colleagues, and while it's far from perfect, at least it's a step in the right direction, and particularly as Jersey City and the 2020 census moves around, we will be in the same tier and class as Newark, New Jersey, and if you were to compare our salaries currently to Newark's, it pales by comparison, but it moves us in the right direction. In that regard, it's a step in the right direction, so I'll vote aye.
We have an 8-1 vote for the final adoption of City Ordinance 19-148, item 4.10. On to our last. On to our last, we have an ordinance, item 4H, City Ordinance 19-149. It's an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 9, Parking for the Disabled, designating, repealing and/or amending a reserved parking space at various locations for the city. Public hearing?
Jason Berg, clarification of what is the process for repealing handicap spaces? How does that go through?
Traffic engineering. It goes through them, goes down to traffic.
Can't hear anyone talking.
It's traffic engineering, Jason.
Traffic and engineering does the finite, and they would definitely go through the process of repealing something. I'm saying, well, how would they repeal it?
They're the office that prepared this ordinance based on a disabled person moving from one place to another, a deceased person, removing them, because our office communicates to traffic engineering a list of all the deceased in Jersey City, and they purge those from the city record. So this is a dynamic thing. We add, move, and subtract spaces 4 or 5 times a year. They do a census and present a council ordinance, and they've prepared the ordinance, and this is what we're talking about.
So it's a collaborative effort among all agencies to make sure that people are actually using the parking spaces for handicap as required by the ordinances. Well, thank you very much.
Good night, Jason.
Until later. Anyone else wishing to speak on this ordinance? Motion by Councilperson Waterman. Seconded by Councilperson Ridley. To close, Councilperson, let me get the camera on the right spot. To close the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Fagiano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera. Waterman. Aye. Lavara.
Aye.
We have a 9-0 vote to close the public hearing. For final adoption, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Fagiano.
Aye.
Yun.
Aye.
Solomon. Robinson. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman.
Aye.
Lavara.
Aye.
We have a 9-0 vote for the final adoption of City Ordinance 19-149, item 4. Point 11. Council members, now we're to the public hearing. Public request for hearing, pardon me. Laverne, Washington. Laverne Webb, Washington. What a web we weave.
It's all right. My sister's a retired school teacher from right down here at number 3 school. And in the next school, she taught bilingual for 33 years in this city. She went from number 3 school to number 33 on Union Street. She owns 4 homes. I live in one of her houses on Randolph Avenue for 33 years. When my house caught on fire right next door to this church on February 10th, 1985, I left from that block. My family owns 4 or 5 houses on Pacific Avenue, okay? Let's get this understanding. The miscommunication that went on with this was that when I do host meetings, I give out flyers. I keep telling people everybody's not catching an email. And so there was some miscommunication, like I talked with Chuck, talked with the developer. There's a church down the block. I got plenty of space. Maybe this developer can work with this church because they rent spaces, and like I had to do with the guy at the junction about Reverend Brown's house. But it does happen, miscommunication. I have family, you don't see them down here. I do, I represent them and I do stuff for them. So there was some miscommunication. She's very upset because when she go home tonight, she has to look for a parking space. She's been in that house since 1977. And she's been in that area for 74 years. My family hasn't left out of that area, a lot of them, out of the Lafayette area. And I tell you, we have a lot of property that we own in this city. My family represents this city as an African-American family, at least about 40 properties. They love it here and they live here. Some have never, and you know that, Councilman, they never left out of that area. You know that. They never left out of it. They got 3 houses on Van Horn Street, Holiday Street, Pacific Avenue, Bramhall Avenue, up here on Freeland Place, Chapel Avenue, Gates Avenue, Clendenny Avenue, Garfield Avenue. We all over this city, and we homeowners. So she's feeling some kind of way. So, and I have to speak to you, Council. I'm finished now. I'm a little full. Can I speak to you?
What's that? I don't know.
Cliff Waldman.
Cliff Waldman. Hi, Cliff.
Thank you. I truly hope this is the first time I can keep my comments under 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your time. I imagine you're all kind of getting a little tired like I am. It's late at night and you've been working hard for a whole day. But for a couple of minutes, I want to talk to you about something very important. For the last 5 years, the community around Linden Gordon Park has been struggling to give this park a great rebirth. And within a short amount of time, probably in several chunks, not in one big chunk, the city is going to be presenting you things to vote on so that we can move this park renovation forward. We want this to be a great world-class park. And if, when you have time, you read through, this is our most recent newsletter that reports all the details of the ballot and discusses them. And I can keep this under 5 minutes if you can, when you get a chance in the next day or two, read through this, because then I don't feel like I have to cover every single detail. There are 2 pages in here, like around page 3 or 4. You have the raw data of the ballot, where we had 104 people participate. And then on the next page, it condenses it. And if you just look at the colors on this page, where for the basically 10 or 11 questions that were asked, the green is yes, we like that, and the blue is no, we don't want that. The results were actually remarkable. When you get a result of 65%, that means twice as many people voted one way as voted the other. That's 2 to 1. That's huge. All of these results were between 70 and 95% of what people wanted. And it's almost unheard of to get such one-sided results. And so basically, what the results were, basically focused on historic matters. And let's see, 2.5 minutes. If you read through this newsletter, you'll see exactly why these were the questions we needed to ask, because a lot of decisions were being made literally as we speak. The people that took this ballot overwhelmingly wanted to have Leonard Gordon Park become historically designated. They wanted to coordinate park elements with other similar period parks. So there were 3 other parks in the city, Van Voorst Park, Hamilton Park, and Ursula Webb Park, that were roughly developed and created by around 1910 during the City Beautiful movement. And those renovations, which I've helped assist in the past, have chosen their elements, the benches, the walking surfaces, so that it's sort of consistent with that period of time and that style. And so basically people wanted our elements to be similar to the other park elements from the same era, so the city wasn't too fragmented. They wanted it to come before the Historic Preservation Commission, where there could be an integration of the old and the new. People knew there needed to be playgrounds and new things that maybe didn't exist back then, but there's got to be a way you can do it where it sort of fits together and coordinates. They wanted to restore the gazebo, and that's like over 90% of the people wanted to just restore the gazebo. That's a particularly important question because a few weeks ago, a city official said, well, maybe we really shouldn't do that now, and we're not sure if it's really, what the people want. That was one of the reasons we said, well, we got to have a ballot. Let's see what the people say. So I don't remember the exact number, but it's around 90%, which is huge. They want to restore the red tile roof that was once there. If they want to put a watering system computerized in the gazebo basement, as exists in the other parks that I mentioned. And finally, the community center that's planned should have a Victorian style, like one of the many historic buildings, at least what they looked like at the time the park was built, that are around the park. And finally, we've been trying to get the Sipnick Memorial restored. For 40 years, it's been missing for Raymond Sipnick, who died at age 16 in World War II. And Ann Blaustein, who's 95 and she's in failing health, for the last 12 years has tried very hard, because she knew Raymond Sipnick. They went to the same Orthodox temple together, and she was so upset when he was killed, and she felt how terrible it was that the city for 40 years didn't care enough about this person to spend, it turned out, $3,000 to simply get the memorial that had been stolen. Could I have 30 seconds just to...
I'm sorry, we
So please read this. It'll give you everything that you need. And historic preservation and the sensitivity now has come to be something that people really want.
Thank you.
And please vote for what the people want when the items come before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clifford, hold on one second. You mentioned historic parks. The most historic park probably in this city is Pershing Field, where the soldiers from the Civil War were trained. It was 10 times larger at that time. That's probably the most historic park in the city of Jersey City.
There's no,
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sam Gutierrez. Calls but rarely shows. Yvonne, we need your note for missing the last meeting.
I was taping. I was taping. Yvonne Ball. So I want to make a correction. That $10 million was a combination of fees and fines that went up. I want to make that correction. I also want to thank the council president for his remarks, which was correct. The remarks that when you do this to the people, you're telling them that their job's not important. And that was really a very good remark you made. And I do agree with that particular remark. But my comment tonight has to do with the city's Vision Zero and bike lanes. I have an article here from the New York City Fire Department, and they are filing suit against the city of New York for having the same thing. I'm going to read only a small part of it. After 4 years of lane reductions, aerial bike lanes, road diets, and other so-called traffic calming measures on the streets of New York, the country's largest firefighters union is saying enough. The New York Post reported yesterday that the fire department of New York has risen dramatically over last year, said the firefighters union, the largest in the country. Basically what they're saying is they're having a hard time. Vision Zero is intended to save lives, but in reality, by adding concrete barriers, flower pots, and everything else, you are basically eliminating the ability for emergency vehicles to get around. Intersections are now gridlocked, and our guys cannot get around. The Firefighters Union statement is significant because this is happening in other parts of the city, including Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Seattle, Oakland, New York, Boston, all the other areas. And this over here, they compared 2016 to 2019, and again, they don't have some of the problems that we have already, which are the bumps in the road. When you add bumps in the road, you're actually adding more. The fire trucks cannot go fast. They have to slow down. They're not dealing with bumps in the roads. But in New York City, the fires, their time had been reduced from 6 minutes and 38 seconds to more than 7 to 8 minutes in terms of response. So that is someone's life on the line because the fire department are having a problem getting there in New York. And mind you, Manhattan has wide streets, with the exception of the Village, which is like Jersey City, the Village area in New York. Manhattan streets, handles 6 roads, yet they're having a problem getting around. They're not like Jersey City where you have a road going one way like this. This is, according to them, their combined time is a threat to emergency medical and to fires. And I like to ask the city council as to whether or not we have sat down with the New York City, with our EMS when we plan these.
I called the fire department 2 weeks ago and asked them to come out with a statement because of Bergen Avenue, and I have not heard a word.
Thank you. Rather sad. What about the EMS? Because those are ambulances going through our streets. Did anyone sit down with the EMS and ask them how will it affect them at all? I mean, you're playing with someone's life. That's how it comes down to appease bikers. Basically, you're appeasing bikers so they can have a road. As to why they should be on Grand Street, considering you have Montgomery and all the other streets, there's tons of bikes. I mean, why would you want them on that particular street? And again, New York City does not have the bumps in the roads, which automatically slows down the emergency vehicles. I feel as though, like the previous speaker said, you don't consult the neighborhoods when you're putting in these big buildings with the traffic, and you're definitely not consulting the emergency people who response time is hampered because they're slowed down. And that's something that you should request. I like to see, I'm going to ask this again. Have anyone contacted EMS? Has anyone contacted any of the emergency vehicles in our city? Because if you haven't and you're voting for this, then that means you don't care. This is a very serious problem, especially if you read in the paper today that more and more hospitals are closing or might close or may merge, which means the only viable hospital is the Jersey City Medical Center, which is located in an area you want to put in a road diet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, where are we? Elizabeth Perry. Thank you, Councilman.
His wife let him out of the house to come to this meeting because he's not feeling well, and we're going to do a personal privilege.
Elizabeth Perry.
No. We're going to let Councilman Yun vote.
Oh.
You want to vote on the claims, or you just want to just say goodnight? Good night, Councilman.
Elizabeth Perry. Mary Cruz. Mary Cruz. Dan Wiley. Oh, Councilman.
Okay. And like I said, if you're on the speakers list, these empty rows are for you in the front. Take
Good
this away,
evening.
Dan.
Good evening, Council. I have several things that I would like to say with regards to the Recreation Department. But first, before I do that, I want to be sure that I can be given a couple of extra minutes. Privilege? Thank you. I have three things in particular that I would like to do. I hope that I can do them in a timely manner because the hour is late and we all want to go home, but I want to make sure that I'm heard clearly. As a former councilman, I had the opportunity to serve under 4 different mayors at a time when Jersey City was going through a very serious upheaval or leadership within its government. I had an opportunity to experience the leadership styles of 4 different individuals who sat in the corner office. I start off to say that for this reason. One, I want to applaud Council President Lovato for his intellectual honesty and curiosity in seeking to bring us forward with as much information as we possibly could acquire regarding the Recreation Department and its expansion, its reorganization. Having a first reading ordinance would not have done harm in the process of seeking the truth. I differ with the interpretation of civil service laws and regulations as expressed to you this evening. One of the things that I carried with me in my reputation when I served on the city council and I sat in the seat where Danny Rivera now sitting as a representative from Ward F. And Yvonne Balsa, my good friend of many years ago, can tell you, I always came here prepared to ask questions, to do my due diligence, not relying on the ladies or gentlemen who sat at this table, but I did my own research. And if it coincided with what they had to say, fine. We reached a higher truth. While I applaud Council President and Councilman Bogiano, and also because he spoke his conscience very honestly, Councilman Solomon, I applaud you. 3, during my time on the council, unfortunately, it was always 6-3, and I found myself in that minority vote. So much so and so often that some folks jokingly said, as Mr. Byrne would remember, we're going to rename 280 Grove Street to 63 Grove Street. Because we always found ourselves in the minority vote. But you 3, you hold fast to your principles, hold fast to your values. And anything I say tonight, just charge it to my head and not to my heart, but I have to say this. Shame on the rest of you. Shame.
Folks,
I'm a senior program analyst in the Department of Recreation. I sent a note on September 25th, and Councilwoman Waterman, you was copied on that, as all of you were. Question that I asked: why was the civil service title that I am currently holding and have been performing specific defined duties since my reassignment to the Recreation Department 6 years ago omitted from the reorganization charter table launching the Department of Recreation and Youth Development that was sent to Mark Bunbury and to all of you? Is this title position being abolished as an unwanted job function in the Department of Recreation and Youth Development? That was sent on September 25th. I'm still waiting an answer. I'm still waiting an answer. October the 8th, I wrote him again. Please respond in writing as promised to my questions. His reply was simply on September 25th, the same date. We will review your issues and advise you accordingly. Please note that the city will respect and comply with the applicable CSC rules and protocols with regards to this organization. Our team will follow up with next steps shortly. Still, to this day, nothing. I wrote the rules and regulations handbook for the summer fun camp. I put together a series of tools to make sure that that camp had an administrative structure. But they wrote the senior program analyst position out of the table of reorganization. As long as the city sponsors a summer camp, my relevance is still valid. That title is still valid. But you heard something different tonight.
And you're running.
Let me get to the main reason why I'm here.
Quickly, please.
I asked for a couple of minutes, and I'm inside that couple of minutes margin. We, the colleagues, my colleagues, we the employees of Department of Recreation, put together a letter of appeal to the New Jersey Civil Service Commission to address civil service violations of the city of Jersey City against Department of Recreation employees. Quickly, I will read this for you so that you will understand what our next step will be. We, the undersigned employees of the City of Jersey City Department of Recreation, find it urgently necessary to call your attention to the following actions by the City of Jersey City that are deemed to be in violation of our rights as civil service employees. 1, the City of Jersey City introduced and passed an ordinance to expand the Department of Recreation by adding a division and renaming it as the Department of Recreation and Youth Development. 2, under this reorganization, all current employees are being required to apply for a job posting regardless of their civil service status, provisional, permanent, or position, including part-time and full-time. These are not promotional opportunities as stated by the Director of Human Resources, Mark Bunbury, during phone conversations with civil service reps. 3, employees are being told that a failure to apply by 11:59 p.m. on October the 18th, now we're being told by tomorrow, Human Resources will notify you of the next steps regarding your role with the city, such as transfer to another department, title change, etc. Reorganizing is not the same as abolishing a department. Adding a new division does not require taking the above steps and then distribute a letter displaying a tone meant to threaten, intimidate employees to comply. The city never sought or received the advice and consent from civil service to implement this process. Further, the clear omission of several civil service job titles from the department's table of reorganization is a direct act against selected employees who successfully filed EEOC claims against the former director. Excluding these individuals and their civil service title job functions clearly targets each for isolation and eventual removal from the Department of Recreation. Moreover, The above process discriminates against employees over the age of 40 years old and who have amassed more than 15 years of service in the providing of recreational programs and activities in the youth, to the youth, young adults, and senior populations in the city of Jersey City. Finally, and in conclusion, we are appealing to the Civil Service Commission to send its representatives into the city of Jersey City to investigate these matters, take appropriate corrective actions in accordance with applicable New Jersey laws and statutes for the protection of civil service certified employees, and establish proper procedures for the municipality to follow. There are 38 employees in the Department of Recreation. 31 signed this letter of appeals. The interpretation that was given to you was misquoted. Several passages in your letter that you received today, for which Ms. Harrell will be more specific than I. Thank you very much, council members, for the time that you've given me, and I hope that at some point before this evening is over with, if a spark of truth touches you, you can do as we did on our council. Call Mr. Byrne and then ask if he would reopen the vote, and you can change your vote.
Thank you.
Sabrina Harold. Oh, excuse me, William Garcia. Is William Garcia here? I was clairvoyant when I said Sabrina Harold. Rafael Torres, you still here?
Sabrina Harold.
All right, you're next, so come up and
Oh, Sabrina Harold.
Come on, Sabrina.
Good evening, council. I stand before you once again to discuss the issues that Mr. Wiley, my coworker, has brought to your attention. I just want to briefly bring to your attention that there are some discrepancies in the letter that was submitted to you, but I need to clarify because there's so much confusion on what's going on, and I would like to just ask, what is this ordinance that was passed, what specifically is it? Is it a reorganization, name change, abolishing the department, creating a new department? There is no clarity there. Can somebody clarify specifically what this ordinance change consists of? Okay, so that tells me a lot right there. Therefore, my interpretation of this ordinance states that it's a reorganization of the Department of Recreation to reorganize the department. Okay, so when you're reorganizing a department, New Jersey Administrative Code 4A3-3.3 specifically states, if you want to establish new titles, abolish unnecessary titles, and consolidate titles where a single title is appropriate for the grouping of positions with similar qualifications, authority, and responsibility. I believe the business administrator several times spoke on that's some of the actions that's being taken. It says, appointing authority shall promptly, this is B, notify the chairperson or designee of new positions to be established, the authority and reason for their establishment, and of all organizational changes or changes in the duties and responsibilities of individual positions and such additional information as may be required, which means the chairperson or designee shall implement and administer these plans. Only the Civil Service Commissioner or her designee has the authority to do that. In your letter, you guys keep referring to an effective date of January 20th. Nowhere in the ordinance is there an effective date of January 20th. Therefore, this ordinance went into effect 20 days after July 17th, the date that you voted. So can somebody explain to me right now, what is this department? Because as far as civil service is concerned, they were never notified Prior to this ordinance being changed, this reorganization, nor have they received from the city of Jersey City the required request to do a reorganization because they have to approve anything that deals with employees. According to civil service, the reason why a reorganization plan makes sure that there is no negative effect on the employees. Where's the letter? I've asked several people, where is the letter that was submitted to civil service requesting permission to do a reorganization, and where is the letter from civil service approving all of these actions that's taking place? It's simple as that. It is not complicated. It's a matter of laws, processes, and procedures. And I think there's a very big misunderstanding because people are being disingenuous in what they're doing with this process. I also spoke to a very high-ranking official in the Department of Civil Service Commissioner's office who stated that the city has to file a reorganization plan with civil service before the reorganization because the city is a civil service jurisdiction. It says afterwards, civil service will review the organization to determine if there are issues, and then employees can apply for review at that time when they are reorganized. If the city does not file the plan, and now this is what I need you guys to understand because we're down to 23 minutes. We have filed already with civil service. However, because this reorganization was not done properly and you guys have violated our civil service rights, we have no choice but to file a legal lawsuit in Superior Court against the city of Jersey City because there is no administrative review process. Thank you. We will see you guys in court. Have a good night.
Rafael Torres. Again, if you're on the list, please come forward. We have empty. Please start.
Thank you. Good evening. It's Rafael Torres. I want to first read an editorial that I just mailed to the Jersey Journal. It is an e-file, and if I could mail it to you, a copy in the morning, if that suffice, that's okay. Just so you can have a copy. It will be in the Jersey Journal if they publish it. And I want to speak to Leonard Gordon Park, which is Clifford Wardman, who was up here. The subject of what I want to speak to is the same. Okay, and I want to appeal to the Jersey City resident, and of course you guys, council, especially those in the Heights who would enjoy a visit of Leonard Gordon Park, to become activists and support the mayor's initiative to develop the park. After a public meeting, the Heights community came away with a great master plan. The efforts to create this master plan was the result of a fair process that is now being challenged by residents like Clifford Wardman, who recently wrote his opinion in the Jersey Journal just yesterday. Mr. Wardman, who is well known in the park and who advocates the park, is also the president of the Friends of Leonard Gordon Park. He disagrees with the public process by publishing his words and theories and creating a hostile environment. One example, in a newsletter, before circulating his questionnaires, Mr. Clifford Wardman asks, do you agree to ask the balloting questions in a fair way so that if the public wants to eliminate or replace one or two or even three of the recreational courts, are you okay with that? And these are some of the questions that he mentioned. Are you okay if the public votes to eliminate them? This is questions before his questionnaires that he circulated. This statement would be moot because the master plan has already been secured and the basketball court is already in the final plan. In his October 22nd letter yesterday, published editorial, Mr. Wardman writes, after years of waiting, the residents of Jersey City were given the opportunity to vote yes or no on a number of crucial historic considerations regarding Gordon Park. Speaking of the ballot questionnaires, which were posted on unsecured public bulletin boards and are based on a total of 104 ballots. Mr. Waldman, who also created a bridge of bias with tactics that separate the community with idealistic suggestions like, let the true wishes of those who care and those about this park and this neighborhood, which was written to discredit the fair process that was spearheaded by the architects hired to develop the park, NV5. I attended most of these meetings along with Mr. Waldman, where he did not express or voice any of these current concerns. Mr. Waldman's reference to a new and old or keen eye toward historic sensibility, he said, is a clear reference to the early 1900s when the Shady Tree Commission was created to support a passive concept at the park and who is no longer exists today. His ability to bring attention to this concept is without merit. The question is, were not distributed to everybody in the Heights community or offered in any other language. Does Mr. Waldman's opinion of the youth who supported family recreation basketball and participated at the NV5 meetings include his neighborhood? Are we shady enough? Do I have historic values when we have to knock things down in order to build a better place? These questions and the overall process was the subject of the recent meetings that I attended in the Heights. We want Mr. Clifford to cease his tactics to change the plans and to let the master plan process continue. Our elected officials must support this urban passive approach to our park and must not submit to the values that he mentions in his rhetoric and editorials. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ron Simoncini. You hear enough, we're going to make you a resident.
Good evening, Council. and Clerk Byrne. I have been attending the Rent Control Committee hearings, and I wanted to point out that there's a great deal of agreement. There certainly is remaining disagreement, and I think that those hearings are going to continue to reveal some policy issues. But if you go through it, the property owners that I'm working with are in agreement on transparency issues, on universal registration, on notification of rent control, applicability for tenants, on compliance, on predictability and order in the rent leveling office. We agree that we should be rethinking the hardship amendment that was made in May. We agree that landlords should be encouraged to make improvements. And so I'm really here tonight because I hold all those things personally, my organization holds them, but also the Waterfront Project holds them. And I know that my friend Rebecca Symes is in agreement on those issues, although we differ on some implications and applications of policy. I think generally speaking, Rebecca would say the same things about transparency. She'd say the same things about notification and compliance. Her issues are different from ours. And the reason that I'm here tonight isn't to co-opt Rebecca into my world, but to say that I'm absolutely repulsed by the hit piece that another organization sent out on Rebecca this week. And whether or not that has anything to do with the rent control policy hearings, I can't imagine there's anything else going on that's substantive that she's participating in that would drive someone to write such a hateful, nasty, and unnecessary piece. So I want to close by quoting Bill Clinton. When George Bush was accused of having an affair with a woman, Bill Clinton came to his aid and he said, "I don't like it when they do it to me, so I don't like it when they do it to him." And I also have been the victim of people mischaracterizing things that have happened in public settings. And it's really unfortunate. And I want to make sure that everyone in the council understands that I find that behavior despicable. Our organization is not associated with it. There are many property owners in this town who have taken these rent leveling conversations and mutated them for their own purposes. That's not something that I believe we've done. And we certainly abhor whatever anybody's reason for doing that is. It doesn't belong in an honest dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ron, if I just add, I think everybody who saw that was horrified by it, and it has no place in this city.
Next speaker is Daniel Ali. Again, we have empty Mr. Ali. Then we have Lily Fleming. Is Lily Fleming here? Lily Fleming. Phyllis Gordon. Kindly move forward. Philip Carrington. Okay, you won't speak. I'm just asking everyone to please come forward instead of from the back of the room. Thank you. Please begin, Mr. Ali.
Good evening, council people. There was a lot of things that I planned to say, but it seems to be moot at this point, and another course of option is clearly needed. Course of action, I should say, is clearly needed. In my judgment, the ultimate level of disrespect that one human being could show or display to another is to be disingenuous, to tell lies, misleading, or deal in half-truths. I sat here tonight and on Monday with you guys in the caucus meeting and watched our business administrator, the second highest office in our municipal government, completely mislead you and mix truth with falsehood to lead you in the direction that they want you to go in. I sat here and watched the disrespect as our council president and others were speaking to the issues, while our business administrator sat there like an adolescent dealing with his cell phone. I'm very angry at this point. I'm angry not just because much has been spoken by myself and others about how this process affects employees of the Department of Recreation, but I want you as council people to also keep in mind how this is affecting the general public in the community. We're in the fall session right now. I'm a youth coordinator. I work with the youth. I'm like Councilman Rivera's baseball coach, only my game is soccer. I have 700 families that I deal with on a daily basis between Caven Point, Lincoln Park, and Mosquito Park, or Leonard Gordon Park, as it's referred to. You know, a lot of us who are in the community, we're at recreation not because we had to be. I could have applied for any position in the city when I came. I applied to work in the Department of Recreation. So to say to me that you want me to fill out a form that shows my interest, I'm working there. I go to work every day. I developed a program when Councilman Yun, and I'm sorry he's gone, when Director Ryan Struthers was here, he said that they had people that were interested in soccer up in the Heights at Leonard Gordon Park. Patrick Ambrosi's here, he knows me well. We went up there with 10 kids. We have over 500 kids there today that are coming into that park regularly to participate in the soccer programs that we started. This whole model that they're giving you, this whole thing is stolen from New York City's DYCD, or the Department of Youth and Community Development. But there's some serious differences between the DYCD and the Jersey City Department of Recreation. The DYCD, for example, has an annual budget of $950 million. And as council people, you know that's twice what our whole city budget is. The DYCD has 1.2 million youth and young people that it's servicing, yet it provides no direct service. What they do is simply draw from that vast budget and give those funds to CBOs or private groups to go out and do the actual interfacing with the community. And then their employees just monitor that to ensure that the grants are being respected. You know what that's called? Outsourcing. And that's what's happening here. Don't tell me I'm wrong, because our current acting director, Ms. Lucinda McLaughlin, has already spent money to bring a group from Hoboken to come into Jersey City on the weekends to teach Jersey City kids how to kick or throw a ball. Like, we can't do that? We've been doing it. Now we need people from Hoboken to tell us? We're in the fall season. We should have everything already laid out for the winter and the spring almost. But we haven't nothing. We haven't submitted our paperwork to the Board of Education to determine what facilities and schools we're going to go into this winter so that our kids can come out of the cold. We just submitted, I understand from Joe Mackey yesterday, the paperwork for the Armory. There's been no meeting with the program coordinators to determine where we're going to go, what days we're going to be there. So when my 700 parents, and I'm not exaggerating, you can ask this man, he's there at Leonard Gordon Park. When they ask me, Coach, when are we going inside? Are we going back to PS 25? Are we going to 23? What am I supposed to tell them? I don't know where we're going. I don't even know if I'll be here to teach you the program or to continue the program. Why? Because they want me to prove that I'm interested in working in the department that I volunteered to work in 8 years ago. Does that make sense?
Lily Fleming. Then Philip Carrington. Lily Fleming, then Philip Carrington. Are you Lily?
No, Phyllis Gordon.
Lily is not here?
No.
I'm sorry. Phyllis Gordon. I have to take off my eyes to see. I thank you. Ms. Gordon, I apologize.
That's all right.
I
Good evening, Council. I'm Phyllis Gordon, Secretary for the Jersey City NAACP. I'm here tonight to bring to your attention that we have received numerous calls in that office complaining about being locked out of that Fulton Avenue Park. First of all, why do we have a public park with a lock on it? So what I did, I called the Department of Parks and Forestry, and I asked, September the 12th, to be exact, how does the community get use of that park? And I was told that that park is deemed unsafe for anyone. We accepted that as an excuse. But last week, the Hasidic Jews had a big celebration in that park. Now, what is deemed unsafe for one should be deemed unsafe for all. First of all, what is deemed unsafe? What is wrong with that park that the community can't use it? And then why is one group denied access of that park and the other group, which is the Hasidic Jews, how were they allowed to use it? Then after their event, which they had the bouncing houses and all the other inflatable amusement activities, it was only for them. That is a public park. When they purchased that building on Martin Luther King Drive, corner of Fulton, I'm quite sure they were told what they had bought. They did not buy that public park. But however, perhaps they didn't read their deed, or for whatever reason, they have taken ownership to that park. Now, this is no way of integrating the community. I know they're newcomers to our neighborhood, but however, we must all try to get along. There should be no isolation or separation or any inequality. So I'm asking you, council people, let us know what's going on in our community. That has to be addressed. We cannot go back in history. We're moving forward with progress. That's what I want to believe, and many others. So it needs to be clear to all in that Greenville section that that park do not belong to one group of people, and that we must share that park together in order for us to get along. Now, I'm asking council people, put this top priority. We all must have access to that Fulton Avenue Park. Are we clear? Give us your support. Put that on your top priority. Mr. Councilman Jermaine Robinson, you know that's your area. Councilwoman Waterman and Council President and all the others, we need you to look into this matter because it's not healthy for anyone in that neighborhood. So please, look, we cannot be locked out of that park. I thank you for listening, and I'm certainly sure you're going to help us out. Thank you. God bless you.
Gordon. Phil Carrington.
Can I address that, Ms. Gordon? I'm just going to address it. You don't have to come back up. I actually was, you don't have to. I'm just going to address your comments, which is, I know 2 applications went in for the event by one of the acidic communities organizations, and one of them got approved. One of them was not approved. I know during the conversation with them through that there had to be, it was made clear that it had to be open to the public and not a closed event. So we will follow up with them to look into that, and we will. Sure. Phil, you're up. You got the call.
Good evening. My name is Phil Carrington. I too wanted to give some support and some questions pertaining to the park. But there's a lot more than just the lockout that's on the park. There's some issues going on with the park and some changes that's supposed to be made. And both groups have some important issues. But my particular issue with this park and the behavior of the council, it is how things change, how the city council changed laws. And that is what's given us some concerns. You see, we're asking first that the park be corrected. Whatever was supposed to be done that hasn't been done, what was supposed to be repaired, needs to be repaired. Whatever money was moved needs to be replaced. And if you're going to change it from one place to another place, make sure that's in good standing. If it's not in good standing at the beginning, when changing from there to whatever else, is the other new park is not going to be in good standing as well. The question is always going to remain. What am I saying? Is that there were money placed there to repair that park long time ago. The money was moved from one place to another. I heard it's back. But my real concerns are, here's what I'm looking at. The same building that Ms. Jordan was just speaking of, I had an interest in that building. And here's how the city council act. And that's why I'm having a serious problem with the behavior of this park. In 1998, I wanted to use that same building, to purchase that building to run a community facility. The redevelopment plan says that community facility is a permitted use, and I was stopped. Well, I question what law says that. No one could give it to me, so I challenged the matter in the Superior Court, and I prevailed. Then the law department challenged me in the appellate court. I prevailed. They challenged me, they petitioned the Supreme Court, and I prevailed. All they had to do was to answer a simple question or produce a law that says that I could not have used that same building right next to the Fulton Avenue Park as a community facility. They couldn't produce the law. So I prevailed again in the Supreme Court. What they did, that was June 2001. In August 2001, they changed the law. What was the purpose for changing law at the city council? To put this black man out of business, to prohibit me from running a community facility. That's a fact. And the city council, it is sad, who was a black person, was all behind it, not the white people. So I continued to raise hell year after year after year. Next city council person came, Vala Richardson. She also supported the behavior. Then Michelle Massey took over, chose not to do anything. Councilwoman Coleman was the worst. She was the most alarming. I raised I said, look, all you have to do is to change the laws back to what it was, and I would have been able to purchase the building and go forward. She said, Phil, the laws is the law, you have to accept it. She's a blasted liar. When you elect a councilman and a councilwoman, you elect a lawmaker. So you can't tell me you can't change the law, you can't amend the law, that's your job. So for her to tell me that, she's lying. So she said that in 2013. 2014, she said the same thing. In 2015, she told me the same thing. She couldn't do nothing with it. 2016, the man wanted to sell the building. Her friend was working with him. His name is John Traslakis. And the same Hasidim wanted to purchase the building. To do what? The same thing I wanted to do, to run a community facility. September 2000, and you can check it, Ordinance 16.126. It changed back to what it was. To remove the law that they made to stop this black man. Now the white people can buy the building. I got it right here. Or you can check it yourself. Everything I say is on the record. So the same councilwoman that said she can do nothing about it, Diane Coleman changed the law back. And the Hasidim bought the building. They have it right now. And what are they doing? A community facility. And so we are saying that we're not just nitpicking about the park. We are saying that the city council changed the laws not consistent with what the statutes say. It's supposed to work for the benefit of the constituents, not a particular person or persons or a particular group. And that's what we are seeing here. Our concerns are that the park is being properly manipulated somewhere behind the scenes. Somebody's being paid. So for Michelle Massey to tell me, well, Phil, the law was changed, and they know I had interest in it. The reason that, well, the meetings were being held at the Bethune Center. I had some problem with the Bethune Center, so I was not there. But the point is, if you're going to change the park, if you're going to change the building, or change the orders that affect me, when you were changing the thing back, you would call me. If you didn't call me, it's because you didn't want me to know. Play the game, but won't set the rules. I'm Philip Carrington. That's my viewpoint.
I love your ending, Phil. I do. I do. He's very good.
Okay, the next speaker is not present. I don't think Nathaniel Leger is here. How about Jeffrey Flamuse? Spoke to that gentleman the other night, and he didn't show. Patrick Ambrosi.
Hello, everyone. I first want to start off by saying I have great appreciation for what you guys do.
Bring the mic up closer to you.
Can you hear me, Council President? Yep. All right, so first of all, good evening, Council members. My name is Patrick Ambrosi. I am the president of the Leonard Gordon Park Conservancy, which is a member of the Jersey City Parks Coalition. Since my involvement in the park, which was 7 years ago, at the time I was 18 years old, we have seen tremendous improvements in Leonard Gordon Park. Our core principle is to make Leonard Gordon Park a family-friendly park, one that focuses on a child's sense of adventure and a parent's need for safety. Over the years, we have developed events such as our Halloween Bash, which was held last Saturday, October 19th, which, Council President, you were a judge at our costume contest. You were firm but fair. And we have developed and improved our tree lighting events, Easter egg hunts, Heights Live events, and are looking to develop environmental programs and a planting program. We do this to bring the community together. We do this to ensure that the park is around for another 100 years. We do this so that City Hall no longer thinks of Mosquito Park as a forgotten park, but as a park with potential, a park with life, and a park that meets the needs of the community. And I would say so far we have been successful. In 2017, the city has hired NV5, which is a consulting company that for them to run our master plan process. The Conservancy firmly supports that. And to date, we have not moved anywhere near any kind of completion with the park. We haven't even started phasing out the project. And one of the reasons is an individual who spoke here earlier before me is insistent on a historic preservation. The state has already given their decision that there is no historic elements to the park. Are there historic landmarks? Are there things that the Conservancy and people want to preserve? Absolutely. One of them being the bison and bear statues, the larger-than-life sculptures that were made by a great artist, Solomon Borglum. So one of the things I wanted to come up here to do was to address some of the false narratives that you have heard from our speaker, and you probably have heard through novels of emails that he has sent to you. First of all, one of them being that the state has already decided that the park is not historic, and the other one being that the survey is not a valid survey. It is a survey that is leading. It leads the reader to two options, either to not fix the park or to fix the park in his liking. So I came here today to urge the council to allow us to move forward, to urge Brian Weller to phase out the project. One of the things he said was that the gazebo needed to be one of the first things to be repaired. One of the first things is public safety in the park, redoing the sidewalks, making sure that the erosion issue of the park is taken care of. That's what we have to take care of first before we take care of the gazebo. Again, the person who was here before me has been against the courts, has been against expanding the playground, and that's something that I think that the community 100% stands behind the Conservancy, and I hope that we can work together and we can start phasing out the project sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Patrick, hold on. If you go back, Ted Conrad told me years and years ago that that park might have been an Indian village up there. And if it is, if you can, I have records going back to the 1600s, I'll look. But if it is, it's historic.
Oh, so as I understand it, is that many of the areas in Jersey City, and specifically in the Heights, have been tribal villages. Again, historic preservation in our eyes, and I think in the state's eyes, is to stabilize structures and to get it to look the way that it did in, like, let's say 1910 or 1920 during the Beautiful Parks movement. The gazebo and many of the elements are actually we're not in the park during that time. Again, we just want the process to move forward so that we can start discussing the facing, and we can start discussing issues of what to do with the gazebo and renovating, hopefully, what would be historic landmarks, the bear and bison sculptures, as well as any other statues in the park. Thank you.
Next speaker is Barbara Hildner. She was here earlier. Okay, I'd ask anyone on the speakers list to move up. Whoops, sorry about that. That was an unpleasant and unnecessary.
I'm speaking for A. Harry Moore, and I have pamphlets about A. Harry Moore, and I've brought enough for the city council and anybody.
Okay, I'm going to start the clock as soon as you start your speech.
Evidently, if you ask in advance for an extra minute, you can have it. Is that true?
That was it.
All right.
The former elected official got a special privilege.
Courtesy to him. I'm Barbara Hildner, and I'm on the English faculty at NJCU, and I'm president of the AFT local that represents the faculty at A. Harry Moore. And I'm here representing the faculty of A. Harry Moore. I'm not here as a representative of the college. And I'm here to notice that A. Harry Moore has had a great deal of difficulty this semester. It closed for 2 weeks once the school was considered unsafe, and it's currently housed in inadequate quarters. I'm seeking your vigilance in monitoring the current efforts to provide A. Harry Moore with an appropriate school. A. Harry Moore offers a comprehensive academic, therapeutic, pre-vocational, and social enrichment program for students with disabilities between the ages of 3 and 21. A. Harry Moore is much more than this description suggests. The A. Harry Moore brochure says that what A. Harry Moore students want most is to be treated like everyone else. At A. Harry Moore, they are everyone else. They make the school a home away from home with teachers who do so much more for them than is required. The teachers pay for students' birthday parties, and these are for students who are not invited to birthday parties in their neighborhoods. They help parents in need to learn how to raise their child. A. Harry Moore provides medical and other services like brace adjustment that parents find difficult to access. And so it's an important school. Last weekend, President Henderson sent out a letter committing NJCU to working on a plan to repair the A. Harry Moore building and to seek the funding necessary to do so. It might seem like the problem will be solved, but I want to argue that we can't be certain of this. So my grandmother often said, there's many a slip between the cup and the lip. I'm nervous about the slip. Seeking funds to repair the building is not the same as having the funds. Also, there's danger to the school through forced attrition that's the result of the current inadequate facility. Because the facility is unsuited and overcrowded, the school cannot accept the 10 to 15 new students it traditionally accepts from Jersey City. When the school was closed for 2 weeks, some parents had to look for alternative care for their children because they needed to work. Union City has withdrew 5 children. It wanted to keep it A. Harry Moore because of the inadequacy of the facility. Secaucus is coming to take a look at the school tomorrow. There is information suggesting that the Jersey City school system is encouraging families to consider alternative placements for their children. At some point, someone may make the argument that the school is no longer necessary. It's not true. Any reduction in enrollment is due to lack of a reasonable facility. I'm asking the council to remain alert to see that A. Harry Moore continues to serve its students and thrive in appropriate quarters. In the poem in my brochure, it says, it's much safer to persist than need a miracle. A. Harry Moore is asking for your persistence in following to conclusion the effort to house A. Harry Moore, and to do so with a sense of the urgency of the matter. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Berg, good to be here. You know, it's really funny that I was talking to a friend about A. Harry Moore about a day ago. This school was built in 1930, occupied in 1931, and for the last 56 years, the school's been leased to Jersey City State College, now New Jersey City University. The real problem here is the dilapidated condition that the Jersey City Board of Education needs to do in that building. The elevators don't work. They can't go up to the third and fourth floor because the elevators are not working, and other problems. All right, that's $20 to $30 million for renovation of that building. It's also historical. The building was named after the Governor Moore, A. Harry Moore, who actually started that, was actually named School for the Crippled. And again, the city really wants to support its less accessible children and needs to have that building redone. So maybe in the future, the city can bond with the Board of Education to help that school, either that, knock the sucker down and put the people, the children in other spots are doing now. That's in one point. Fortunately, David Rivera is not here. Some time back, he says, a Marine doesn't talk like that, whatever he was talking about. But the irony is, the U.S. Marine Corps has been the mercenary army of the U.S. government. We've been a bully in South America since 1898. And people we like, we help, like dictators. For example, the Somoza family was in power from 1936 to 1979. And all the problems that are coming up from South America are created by our wonderful corporate government. Now, I have no problems with people wanting their freedom, but when we go in there to stop the abuse by American businesses, it's ridiculous. And the most decorated Marine is Louis Chesty Puller, and he was down in Nicaragua twice. He's the most decorated Marine, and one of the things that he would be, he's a man who led by example. And one of the training situations, he was showing his troops how to use a flamethrower, and he says, "Damn it, where do you put the bayonet?" And the funny thing is anyone has seen a flamethrower work, once your gas goes out, you're defenseless. So if you have a bayonet, at least you have a little more force on the person instead of you banging over the head. Now, it's very interesting, too, with this Airbnb issue. It's a dog. In 2015, this council worked on that, and there was provisions to provide for that. Now, I don't know, there's a thing called valor. There's two cases of valor, courage and cowardliness. It shouldn't have gone to the public. Everyone's, you got the no and the yes people. The ones that say yes are gonna make money for the city, probably for feeding people up, and going to pot. Now, it's really interesting that we need to think what we're doing and take responsibility. I mean, you are the legislative group here in Jersey City. How many people here in this council have actually proposed their own ordinances for the city? Everything comes from the corporate office upstairs, and everything comes down. And, take pride in what your power is. Because, again, you hear the people, and then you don't hear the people. You want to do what you want, and you don't do what you want. The whole purpose of government is to serve, protect and serve. That's an oxymoron now, because in 1981, the police were told that they don't have to protect their citizens, only arrest criminals and do investigations. It's a Supreme Court ruling. If you look that up, you see that our rights are being vaporized, and anyone who is called a constitutionalist is now considered enemy of the establishment government called the corporation. And the real thing here is, life is short. If you don't take action, someone's going to take it away from you. It's called life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So if you don't take that point for yourselves, you won't have anything to say. And everything's on you guys. Remember, you're elected to serve and protect us. Thank you.
Motion.
Charles Johnson, Mandy. Is Chris Gadsden still with us?
He's still with us.
Okay. Unless you got anyone else.
Got a left, that's it? No, that's the end of the list. Let me see if I can get the camera to work and get on you guys.
Oh, we should have let Chris go up. He's a former councilman. Oh, jeez.
Thank you. Oh, I'm trying. We should fly out of here now. Let's allude to petitions and communications, items 6.1 through 6.19. We'll add Mr. Cliff Waldman's presentation as 6:21 and Harry Moore as 6:22. So we go to 6:22, actually. We're to the officers' communications. We have 7:1 through 4. There are no reports of directors. Claims and addendum number 1. Council member, starting with you, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Renzeri. Aye. Bajano. Aye. Solomon. Aye. Robinson.
Yes, sir. Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Aye. Morrow.
Aye.
8-0 with Councilman Yun absent. He's going, for health reasons, he left us, and he'll be absent for the resolutions as well. Let me just make that annotation. So we're doing 10.1 through 10.11. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Renzeri.
Aye.
Bajano.
No on 10.6, aye on the rest.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Unfortunately, have a question. So on 10.3, this is like a really important project, and we need to work on
10 point what?
10.3.
Thank you, sir.
So this is a really important project, and we need to work on funding the improvements. Can we make an effort at least to get that moving?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great question. So actually, we haven't yet announced and finalized a lot of our grants that we're working on for Reservoir 3, but we have upwards of $2 million that we're working to finalize and secure through a variety of funding sources, a few different types of grants, possibly some open space trust fund dollars once that gets finalized from our own open space account, which will also come to the council. So, yeah, I think with this project, even though the budget was much lower than the bids, we're going to both adjust the specs for the bid and then also try to find some more funding for this as well. But either way, we have hopefully around $2 million or so coming very soon, we hope.
Molti grazie. I vote aye.
Okay, let's see. Okay, sorry about that. Councilperson Waterman.
Aye.
Council President. 10.1 through 10.11, sir.
10.11. With regard to 10.4, the question was posed as to how much can we share, and so forth. I understand there was a community meeting, that the settlement agreement was discussed. So is there an official memo going to be coming forward on this, or is it wide open at this point that we can have conversations about this?
I believe the Corporation Council responded today that it will be a correspondence forthcoming on the next couple of days as to what coming out of those closed sessions and what was revealed at the community meeting the other night and what the council can talk about in light of what's been made public versus what was discussed in the closed session.
So I'm not really sure what's off bounds, what's in bounds, or what we can talk about. But with regard to this specific resolution, I just want to say that I think expanding the area would be, I think there's good reason to expand the area beyond the particular parcels that are involved currently and listed in there. I will reach out to the stakeholders in this to discuss that. Again, this being the first time that I had seen the exact study area to be determined here. So I think this study area should be expanded. That being said, I'm not going to oppose this investigation, this study. So I'll vote aye on all.
Okay, let me recap 10.1 through 10.11. 8-0, accepting 10.6. 7-1, a no vote by Councilman Bajano. Balance of business, 10-10 through 20, 19 and 21, approved earlier, Councilperson Ridley.
Robert, can you remind me what's 19, 20, and 21? I know two of them are resolutions, but...
Okay, I'll be happy to do that. We did the two honorary, 19 and 21 were the two honoraries that we did earlier in the meeting. And 20 is the resolution authorizing the business administrator to execute partial mortgage discharge for property at 78 MLK Drive.
Okay. I don't have a copy of the 78 MLK one, but I know that I believe this is what I discussed earlier with the attorney for that project via email and asked that they pay their bills. Is that what this is for? Is that 78 MLK? Is that related to? I thought it was going to be on the November agenda.
Earlier today.
Okay. No?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
1 second, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman, it is the one we had spoke about today.
Okay.
I thought there was some late approvals coming through the approval process of the online system. I didn't think it would make it till the next meeting, but actually it was a late add today instead of going to the next meeting. But
Okay.
it was the one we had discussed.
Okay, great. All right, then I vote aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Bajano. Aye. Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
I just want to say to the Heron family, which was, very, very close family friends of mine, just rest in peace, Susan. I vote aye for all.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Aye. President.
Did we get on 10.12, Brian, the information about this Sustainable Jersey grant? I don't see anything attached online.
10.12, 1 second. This should have been replaced as per my email from earlier today. Let me just make sure it's the right version.
That's okay. I'm just going to ask for a copy of the grant itself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's an additional whereas clause in here that says, whereas this grant opportunity will provide grants up to $30,000 for projects focused on energy conservation, efficiency, and renewable energy, including energy education, awareness, and behavior change projects. But yes, so you want the application that we send?
I'd like to see the application, particularly the outreach efforts here. So I'm going to vote no on 10.12, and I'll be very blunt about it. And our outreach efforts and how we do things, whether it's with regard to sustainable energy or long-term control plan, Mike master plan, other things like that. I think they need to be far more robust, particularly when, outside of downtown and the Heights, essentially. So I'm going to vote no on 1012 and aye on all the rest.
Okay, 1010 through 1020 unanimously except 1012.
Before you close out, Robert.
7-1, Councilman President Lavarro voting no. 19 and 21 were approved unanimously earlier. Council President?
Before you close out, just on 3.6, just for the record, I'd like to include the two memos I cited in my remarks. Could you include them as official documentation as part of the...
I'll put them in as officers' communications. Wait, I don't, well, I'll put them in as officers' communications and... Right, yes, this can't go into the, that's attorney-client privilege. And this will be considered a report of directors, the communication dated September 25th. This will be 8A. September 25th, the memorandum from Mark Bunbury to the Department of Recreation employees. That'll be listed as an ROD, given it's from a director. It is 10:35 p.m. Sing that song.
Second.
Councilperson Ridley, she gets the lead. All right, who got the second? To adjourn by acclamation at 10:35.
Aye.
Say good night, everyone.
Night.
Councilman, we're adjourned. Councilman Young absent. Thank you so much.
Brian. Hey, Bobby.
You gave Brian your keys? I heard he was hiding in your dressing room.
Not yet.